Your computer just ate your cat after your cat ate your dinner.
With all
Serves her right.
if you left the side panel off of a tower and left it in a precarious position with like a wire hanging out, in theory your computer could fall over and like capture a cat, thus eating it. It would be very hard to set up, I think, and
my cat would eat the computer
from the inside out. Like glass ain't stopping them.
You just see her running off with the graphics card.
Pulling it like a freaking dead possum or something. Just.
Well, I do actually have my power strip down there, so Alice has just shut everything off on me before.
I used to have that with my cats. My power button is on top of my computer, and they would Oreo would lay on top of like the computer tower. And sometimes when he would wake up, he would stretch. And when he would stretch, he would get right to the front and he'd hit the power button. He actually did it one time while I was in the middle of a session. That's how I learned that I should always record my sessions as a MKV file, because when a recording gets broken up by a power outage or anything unexpected and OBS doesn't get a chance to save, it still writes the file properly. So, fun fact.
See? Kitty cats are always a blessing. But as much as I love talking about cats, I think we're getting a little distracted again.
We are getting distracted. I need more people to talk if I'm not going to.
Start the game. Go.
I pressed the button. I'm waiting. There it is. Alrighty. I struck a fucking pose in my chair. After oh god, I want to use new words for this, but after we're going back to a classic, veritable clusterfuck of Corval that started an investigation and ended a giant arcade explosion that left many dead, including your ally Rowan. You took the refugees that you were able to save and headed back towards Artiviste. It was at the West River Crossing bastion that you were finally able to get them set up, but here things got worse. Frey, with a very dangerous spirit, borrowing his soul and sharing in it, something he didn't quite understand, was convinced, impulsed, to attack and nearly kill a guard. The rest of them turning on him, and the Ducal guard nearly killing him. But thankfully, he was able to, using new arcane powers, find a way out of it and fake his own death and eventually escape. The rest of you spent a couple of days there, giving a breakdown on what happened as they interviewed you and tried to understand everything from Corval to Frey's attack to what happened to Frey's body. With communication as a key, the earrings letting Frey know that you all were safe and you all know that he was safe, you journeyed back to Artiviste, where you met someone on behalf of Zane Valari, a seeming trusted confidant by the name of Samar, but going by a strange alias. Inaz... I don't remember the last name.
Evelry.
And, well, from here, more questions began to rise. Can you trust this person? How much? What do we do about the investigations? Where do we go from here? There was fear about what would be happening next, but it seemed that the investigations into the corrupt Ducal Guard were already being pushed along, and with assistance from the Lucian Ray, Brights, and the Duchess herself and her private guards that were among the most trusted in all of the country, things were happening and the investigations into the corrupt guards were getting pushed. Safety would be restored to Artiviste, eventually. With the worry about what was going to happen, though, came the question of what to do with your captor. What to do with your once enemy, now... I don't even know what the hell to call him. Not an ally, not an enemy, just McBrennan. And, well, unfortunately, he did not have a lot of suggestions outside of letting him loose. He knew he was a dead man staying in this city and was ready to get out. Not knowing what was next, not knowing how things were going to go, you relented and cut him loose. The man had already lost an arm. How dangerous could he be? He was a wanted man with a target on his back and would need to get out of Vacania as soon as possible. And around the same time came old allies showing up. Cassie and Molly found you escorting none other than Captain Wallace, a curious sort, who was asking for help, in a way, and offered you free passage. You had a couple of days to decide. And so you spent a couple of days wrapping up everything that you could, and eventually going on a lovely, lovely last-minute... One second. A lovely, lovely last-minute celebration for seeing a new play. And as it concluded, you all relaxed, some of you heading home, some of you staying until the wee hours of the morning at this fancy play at the Theater of Dreams that turned into a party. But as the sun rose on another morning back at the Valaria estate, knowing that you would need to leave probably today to catch Captain Wallace's offer of a ship back to Fortuny Sol, or figuring out what's next, where to go, I would ask unto you all. Samar, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. What are you guys doing?
Getting ready to go.
Is there any last-minute shopping, things you need to pick up, etc.?
I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, obviously, whatever, new cleaned clothes and all that fun stuff, resetting arrows and all that is the only thing I could think of. So basic supply shopping, so nothing specific.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything.
I'm good.
All right.
I think Frey would like to go out and purchase a lyre.
Okay.
And we already let Ozzy go.
No! I should not have laughed at that.
If I could get like a waterproof bag to put my journal and my letters and shit in, that'd be sweet.
All right, not a problem. No. So something that is a bit more watertight, just for journals and things like that, like that.
Yeah.
That is something they would have at the estate that they could get for you, no problem.
Cool.
So no worry there. And Frey, let me go ahead and look up. Should have instrument prices here. Sorry, I was not expecting instruments to be the jump to.
It's been on my shopping list forever. We've just never had a good opportunity.
How fancy one are you looking for?
Frey would like a decently fancy one.
Alright. Yeah, you could, I mean, if you're looking for, like, gold leafed, like, are you talking, like, gonna look good hanging out?
Yes.
Those are probably gonna be running you about, I'd say, I mean, the real expensive ones are gonna be hundreds of gold, but if you're just looking for basic fancy, probably about 50-ish.
Oh, he does not have 50 gold. Can he borrow from Garrett?
I was literally thinking, like, I feel like you don't need to tell Frey what it'll cost. Just tell Viv. Like,
that would be entirely on Viv for that, because Garrett himself does not have 50 gold on him. So,
well, unfortunately, Viv does have an estate to rebuild.
Yeah.
So, while she is more than willing to help you guys out, she is not going to be affording you a incredibly high-end lyre.
That's okay. Can Frey try and haggle with the shopkeeper?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a, Sorry, I have brain farted very hard and forgotten how skills work. Give me a charisma trade.
Okay. A 5.
Prices are prices. Like, I would say, you know what? To be fair, I didn't have a hard number. I wasn't expecting you to go musical instrument shopping. What I'm gonna do, I am going to subtract a D5 and I'm going to add a D5 to 50. Whatever it is, that is the final total. You'll be able to get this very nice gold-leafed, like dark oak, like well-stained lyre for. 46 gold.
Frey has over his 45 gold.
I can lend Frey some gold to cover the difference.
He's dumping his pockets out for this thing.
You can always get more gold. That's not a problem.
I'll give Frey 10 gold.
Oh. Frey is very appreciative, and you'll all experience some nice music along the way. Okay, so yeah, Frey will pay the 46 gold.
All right.
I'm just imagining Frey being like, okay, you won't give me the money for the lyre, but what if I spend all of my money on the lyre, and then you have to give me money for food, or I'll starve? That's
Alright, so I'm down from 45 gold to 9 gold. Thank you, Garrett.
No problem.
Oh, all right. And Garrett, you are out 10.
Yep. Updated.
That's really... 46 was the lowest that could have been, too. That's very funny.
I know, I was like, this math does not work out for me.
I literally just picked the D5 because you rolled a 5. So, with that, any more last-minute shopping, anything else you guys need before your journey commences? You are looking at... I would say, let me go ahead and check my travel times. Normally, it's about a 4-day journey or so from Arnavishte to Milo Harbor. With the snow, you're probably looking at double that. So about 8 days. You don't have to worry about food and things like that. The estate can cover that. Otherwise, I would then ask if there are any other things that you guys might need. I'm only asking because last time I asked this, when you guys were going to Corval, you said no, and then you spent 2 sessions going, shit, we should have got X, we should have got Y.
Do we have, like, rope? I think Garrett has rope.
I have 10 feet of rope.
It's not a lot of rope.
It's not a lot of rope.
can
We can
I
get more rope.
buy rope?
Sure. And can I buy, like, a very basic knife? Just so I have something.
Sure. You can get, like, do you want, like, a dagger or a knife?
I feel like Summer wouldn't know the difference.
Well, you can get a knife for free from the estate. Like a fish
like-
gutting knife or something.
One that I could stab someone with. Or
You can
threaten
stab someone with a fish gutting knife.
Sure. That's fine.
So,
I mean, truly, if I'm close enough to stab someone, I'm probably dead already. So, like, it's truly just, like, I should have something. But
I'm looking at my clothes. One is torn for dog bandages. Another is sewer ruined. The last one is ruined by blood monsters and being blown up.
Well, you do at least have that nice new outfit we bought for the play.
I guess there's that. But maybe a traveling outfit.
they can outfit you with that stuff at the estate. Like,
Cool.
The estate has plenty of clothes for all sizes. Yeah, Zane Villari loves it when people are dressed fancy for his parties, so... And, he is, of course, more than, like, they were more than willing to accommodate getting you some clothes.
Alright,
If you want to grab
however.
50 feet of rope, that'll
New
run you 2
outfit.
silver. They don't, weirdly enough, they don't just keep random lengths of rope out at the estate. I will ask again. If there's anything else you guys need.
Question. Did Frey ever get his murder weapon back? Or did the
Oh.
guards keep that?
The
The
gutting
gutting
knife?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have kept that.
Okay, I'm gonna delete that.
Don't
then.
delete it yet.
Does-
Don't delete it yet. I want to back it up.
Oh, sorry, I just deleted
Oh,
it.
shit. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, I like to make backups of everything just in case I need to reference it later.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Does anybody want the wood axe that Frey took with him from there?
We could maybe leave it here.
Okay,
You don't
yeah,
want
Frey.
it.
if I instead of this random fish cutting knife,
You can take a wood axe instead.
sure.
Hand that bitch a wood axe. Bitches love giant axes. Oh. This is the least threatening looking party on the planet.
Oh yeah.
That's funny, given that, like, the most prolific serial killer in the country.
Yeah. Oh. Like, first impression, though, you have a pretty boy, a maid, and a diplomat that has an axe they look like they've never held before.
I'm not a maid, I'm a male woman.
Listen, first impression.
Fine.
What was your most successful job, Alex?
Fine!
Oh. But yeah, so I digress.
Can I remove this wood axe from my sheet?
You can remove the wood axe, that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
The wood axe did not have any extra special stuff to it. It was just an axe.
Okay.
Alright, abandoning the wood axe. Anything else, I will ask again, that you guys may need, have, or want for your journey from here on out?
You did say we could get rope at the estate. How much rope would we be able to
No,
get?
I said they would not have it. You can buy rope. It
Oh,
is
I
going to be 2 silver per 50 feet-ish.
Okay. I'll get 100 feet of rope.
100 feet of rope. All right.
How heavy is 100 feet of rope?
4 encumbrance.
I don't know what that means.
Which I can't carry. I'm pretty sure I'm over encumbered.
Don't worry about it. We assume, unless it's something... The only time I worry about encumbrance is what you have access to when you're fighting.
Okay.
Like, that's the only thing. Like, stowed means on your person when you're fighting. Readied means, like, ready to go when you're fighting. As long as those are good, I assume that everything else is stuff that, like, if you're in an action scene, is in your backpack, you drop it off, you keep it on a wagon, etc. So,
Right.
the only stuff you need to worry about stowed and readied is things that would be on your person at essentially any time the shit hits the fan.
Okay.
So, like, when I go, would you have this on you? That's what the stowed and readied would be for.
Okay, that is good to know.
Like, beyond that, like, I'm not gonna audit how much stuff you have. Viv also in the morning sent for someone to acquire one of your most important things, which is, of course, Henrietta Styles.
Yeah!
Who is back.
Thank-
And she has a wagon she is pulling. It is small, but it is a small, like... You could probably comfortably fit one person sitting on it with your stuff. They tried fitting her with a bigger one because, again, she is still a mule, but she didn't seem to like it, so they gave her a small one.
We love her.
Viv did say she's keeping Drulius to force Garrett to come home safely.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad Julius was adopted after his former owner passed away.
Yeah.
What else? Abney will, has still not heard, apparently, since you guys are heading back that way, he is going to be meeting with his, essentially, commanding officer down in Dulcery for orders. They don't have anything for him here. If you guys are done, they would just want him back on his regular patrols.
Cool. If they ask him about Ozzy, does he know what to say?
What would you guys want him to say?
I have no idea.
I guess, yeah, you don't get an opinion on this because you don't know about Ozzy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is a good question because he knows that we let him go, doesn't he?
He does.
Yes.
And he also has been hanging out with him for like 2 weeks while you guys were gone.
Yeah.
What if we say we're just still tracking him down? We never caught him.
Well, that would have him be explicitly lying to his...
By technicality, we are still tracking him down. Period. He's out there.
We don't know where he is now.
Maybe in the future we'll keep looking. Not a lie. Nobody needs to know about, like, the in-between stuff.
I did tell him that I wouldn't forget him, and that if he did anything else bad and I knew about it, I would find him. But I wasn't exactly thinking about that being soon.
Yeah.
Well, if William would agree to it, perhaps we could simply say that we lost his trail. It's true enough. We don't know where he is now.
Yeah, I mean, we could even tell him about all the shit in Corval to keep him happy.
I don't see why not. I guess we'll find out when we get there.
All right.
I guess so.
So again, just to double check, what is it that you want him reporting as far as... What is it you want Abney reporting as far as the McBrennan issue?
I think he can report our investigations, what we discovered, the ties to Corval, and just leave out the fact that we let McBrennan go. Just
Leave out the fact that you
lost
ever
his
came
trail.
across him. Got it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So he does so, and they are going to be getting wanted posters. He is at large, and there is a 1,000 gold bounty on his head. Alive, that is.
Is that low or high for a criminal? Just
That's
out of curiosity.
insanely high.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Was that the bounty before we let him go and he killed all these other people? Or, like, is that because of this latest rash of...
No, it seems like
deaths?
that's what they were going to be planning on putting the bounty at.
Okay.
For comparison, 1,000 gold gets you, let me see here. Uh, 1,000 gold is going to get you, like, a decent, like, ship. Like, a medium-sized, like, naval ship.
Oh,
Interesting.
Like, there's a lot you can buy with 1,000 gold.
Interesting.
But I digress. We continue. Once more, I will ask for any final things. You will obviously be able to stop and get basic supplies at Fairy Key, Dulcerie, Puentamen, on the way to Milo Harbor if you need to, but if you're looking for anything specific, interesting, unique, or otherwise rare, this would be the place to do it. So that's why, once again, I'm giving you guys this opportunity. Don't know when you'll next be in a major city. I want to make sure that you guys kind of know what's going on and have the opportunity to shop. I'm just emphasizing this just in case.
I hate that. You're like, don't know next time you'll be in a big city, and I'm like, hopefully 8 days, right?
There, hopefully.
Hopefully 20 minutes, right? Time skip.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I got nothing else.
All right.
yeah, no.
Anything else for Garrett or Mira?
I don't think so.
Mira's got these hands. That's all she needs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Garrett should be good on arrows and everything else, so.
All right. With that, then, it is around noon that everything is gathered up. All of your supplies are loaded onto it looks like it's bigger than a wheelbarrow, but smaller than most wagons you would expect a mule to pull. There is a small cover that just kind of like, it's like a simple, 4 2x4s holding a canopy up on top of it, about 2 feet. Like, you would not be able to stand up. It's like 2.5, 3 feet maybe total of difference between the soccer field behind my house and people going crazy, making my dog go crazy, and the bottom and the top of the canopy.
Ray would like to sit in there for their journey.
So, you can fit one person with essentially your feet hanging off the back, but with all of your stuff, you would not really be able to lay down in there. And, it's not going to do a lot to... It'll probably be a little bit colder because you're not getting the sun on you sitting there.
But he won't be walking.
There you go.
Yeah. And he keeps himself warm with his little flame he's able to bring to life in his hands.
All right, sounds good. With that, then, with your new group, Cassie and Molly are coming with. They have business and they have made a promise. Oh god, actually. Yeah, so when you guys are preparing, it would be Cassie who would come up and, like, oh god, who would she prioritize now that Rowan's gone? I guess Garrett. Because things are still awkward with Streak. Yeah, so as you guys are preparing, Cassie would find her way over to you, Garrett, and just, okay, we need to talk for just a minute. Just, and she kind of like pinches her fingers. Just a tiny little, can me and Molly come with you, please?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, you're going, we were gonna be leaving tonight probably, or in the morning. We're gonna be meeting with Captain Wallace, and yeah, it seems like you guys are going there, so we're gonna be joining you.
Okay, you're gonna come with us? Oh, okay. Sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, and she kind of like looks over at Molly, who's she gives the thumbs up to, who heads inside to go grab their bags, and yeah, well, I mean, Molly doesn't have a lot of skills, and she wants to be useful, and she knows the ship, so Wallace offered her weeks ago a spot, and I don't want to leave her alone right now, so we thought we'd stay on a ship for a while.
Okay, yeah. That's fine. I'm sure you're all welcome. Everyone else would think, I don't see why they wouldn't.
I mean, Streak's not gonna be mad, is he?
No, I don't know. He wouldn't be mad. Why would Streak be mad?
She kind of just looks in his general direction and then just gives a big shrug. I don't know, things haven't been great. I mean, there was the time Molly threatened to kill him, and
Well, I mean, my understanding was they settled that in that it's not an issue between them anymore.
she kind of like looks over and immediately at this point like she gives you a half-hearted like thumbs up of like, oh, okay, and runs over towards Streak. Screaming, Streak, so it turns out we're gonna be coming with you and everything's gonna be good, and you're not mad at me, right? And she just kind of keeps going at this until Streak's finally able to actually, you know, get a word in edgewise.
Okay.
Oh, so we're good. We're good. We're friends, right?
Why wouldn't we be friends?
Because if I don't know, there was it was supposed to be us. And I'm supposed to love you, and I didn't. And you were supposed to, and you hate me, and all that.
I don't hate you. I don't hate you.
You don't sound confident. You're sure?
I don't sound confident about much of anything, but I don't hate you.
At this point, she grabs your hand and just like starts shaking it up and down with both of hers. Just like in the most excitedly unprofessional professional way you can imagine. And she just, okay, good. So we're gonna be coming along, and maybe you can I don't really like. I mean, boats are fine. I've been on boats before. They're kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, there's like this expectation that you're supposed to like work when you're on a boat unless you're like paying a lot, and and she kind of like leans in really close. Can I borrow some coin?
Oh, how much do you need?
I don't know. I don't know. How much do you have? I don't. So all of the coin that I've been getting and borrowing from people, well, it's kind of went away lately. So I really, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I thought I was gonna come here, and then I thought I was gonna die or something, and now I didn't, and now I'm leaving Artivista, and I don't know what to do, and there's just so much going on, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and what if I run out of money, and what if I just end up homeless, and then the guy kill me on the side of the road, and Molly leaves, and then you guys don't know I'm dead, and then I'm just dead and wandering forever miserable.
Sprig just dumps half of his coin purse into her hands.
You want me to roll to see what half is?
No, I was literally just gonna do half of what's in my inventory.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's not gonna take the time to count.
God.
Is this conversation happening in front of the rest of us?
She's not quiet, so 7 gold, 48 silver, and 633 copper. That work? That's about half.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, no. Cassie is not quiet. Everyone can hear that, but at least her portion of it.
Great. Good. Summer is doing that thing where you like, when you're like in a coffee shop or whatever, and there's like something really juicy happening, and you're like trying aggressively not to like let them know you're listening because you don't want to like scare them away or make them realize they should be quieter. So just very pointedly not making eye contact. Just like, this is amazing.
Alrighty. Otherwise, you guys are heading out. Saying goodbye to the gleaming city of Artivista in the early afternoon. It is not quite a somber moment, but instead one of... You can see that, like, Cassie's nervous. Molly has to keep reassuring her as they walk. There's this air of not really... Everything just feels unassured. At least from them. Abney worried about what's going to happen. Something he would be more than willing to voice towards you, Frey, on whether or not he's even going to be able to continue to accompany you at this point.
And yeah, Frey would definitely express his preference that he'd like Abney to keep coming with them, but like if his job is gonna keep him there, he understands.
And Abney is very much like, he doesn't have a lot of focus on, like, you can tell his mind, like, the entire time you're loading up all day, like, all morning, his mind is already elsewhere. Like, he's already, like, obviously in his own head about it. And it just kind of... No amount of reassurance seems to snap him back to the current reality. He seems more worried about the future.
I get a sense of, like, is it the whole thing with McBrennan that's bothering him? Is it the personal level with Frey?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay. A 6. I'm rolling great today.
Listen, all you have to do is convince one person of something and you'll have like a 19 or something. There is... Oh god, the vinegar from the shot earlier still came up again. Oh my god.
You dumbass.
It came out like my nose. Like I feel it up my nose that time.
Oh,
like my nose
no.
is burning.
Oh, that's awful.
Don't do shots of vinegar right before running a game, you guys. Like, sage advice from...
How about
Yeah, are
ever?
you gonna learn your lesson?
You know what, Alex? Hold that thought. I'm going to get more vinegar. 1 second.
You son of a bitch.
No, I'm not learning my lesson. Here we go. Mm. Oh, God. Oh. All right. No, I didn't learn my lesson. Oh, it tastes bad. Oh, it tastes bad. Anyway, so you guys, Frey, you can't get like an exact read, but based on the situation, it's probably a case of just he's grown accustomed to a much more interesting, like, how he's lived is, based on what you've seen, a hell of a lot more interesting than being a night guard who doesn't really do anything in a small town. And while the reasons you may unfortunately have to directly ask him, it is obvious that he is just not ready for this to end.
I think Frey would just come right out, like, just, I imagine he's like, having this chat with William while he's sitting on the back of the wagon. Just, it doesn't have to end.
I mean, what you mean, love? Like, at some point, like, they're not exactly gonna be happy continuing to pay me, especially if you're gonna be heading out of Vacania at that point.
Can't you just quit?
And then what? I don't give up. I'd lose everything. I mean, I could, but to what end? I mean, my job's the only reason I'm really helpful to you, what? Where do I go then? What do I do? Just stay with you all? And I'm not... And he kind of like motions to the blade at his waist. I'm not exactly good with it.
Well, I'm not exactly good with it either.
I mean, you have other things though, like you know, magical. I'm mundane.
Oh, no. You might think of yourself as mundane, but I don't see that. But maybe, like, but are you happy with what you do?
I mean, you remember when you met me? I mean, that's what I did all night, love. I would come up, talk to people, be nice to them, and just kind of get to know people. I didn't hate it, I just... In a small way, I felt like I was doing something better with all this, and now... helping you out and doing all this... And he kind of like just shrugs. I don't even know what to call it, what you guys are doing, but... Oh, the Fortune's Accord and all this, like, it's so much bigger than me. Like, I've never considered life beyond Dulcerie, really. Like, what do I do? I quit and you just pay my way as I'm... He just motions towards Henrietta. As I hang out with your mule?
Oh no, of course not. You'd be one of us.
I mean, it's one thing to be one of you, but... Again, I can't really go into the fray and be fighting.
Well, it's not just about fighting, it's about being there.
I mean, I heard the stories. I mean, being there wouldn't have really helped, now would it? That explosion rocked all of, what was it, Koval. You told me all about that, and it was just so horrible. God, love. Not much I could have done there to change things. I just... And he just kind of, like, leans up against the wall as things are getting packed, and... shakes his head. Don't get me wrong. I'd draw my sword, I'd go fight a bear, or... What was that thing that you said wasn't a bear that you thought was a bear? I'd fight it for you, but I don't think I'd do much.
Well, maybe you'd surprise yourself, but... I suppose what I mean to say is that I would like you to come. I like your company, I like spending time with you.
At this point, his face is red and, like, he cannot look you in the eyes. And he just kind of, like... At this point, like, it's just, like, looking away and just doesn't have words.
But of course, it's your choice, your life.
What about everyone else? I mean, I'm another mouth to feed, and I'm not exactly... What do I contribute to all of this? Not even sure what you guys are going to be doing next, love. I mean...
I don't even know what we're going to be doing next, but... I don't think anybody here would mind if you stuck around.
He takes a moment and just, like, looks down at his boots and just kind of rubs them in the dirt a little bit and looks back up. His face is still completely red. And, do you mean that, love? Really?
I do.
Okay, I trust you. I'll take the sleep of faith for you. But you damn well better catch me.
Ray smiles, and he will lean forward and give William a kiss.
He embarrassingly, still red his entire face, kisses you back, and just like, he is a stressed mess that obviously is just an emotional wreck who doesn't know what he's doing, is making all these crazy life decisions out of the pure happenstance of meeting one person in the middle of the night.
I really hope he doesn't come to regret it.
And with that, you guys set off. Leaving Artavishta behind, a thankfully less heavy snow the last week or so has left the roads easier to traverse, but unfortunately still going to be slower than it would be. Travel up much more comfortable. And the next few days, if there's anything you guys want to do at any point, please feel free to interrupt me. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to add anything you need to add. But, yeah. So.
I think at some point Summer would probably, like, sidle up to Strieg and, like, probably, like, try to make it so that we're not in earshot of the others. Not, like, super going far away, but just, like, mostly so Cassie can't hear, and just kind of be like, so what's the deal with you and Cassie? I mean, that was a lot. I feel like I'm coming in the middle of a play.
Yeah, it's... a lot is a good word for it. So, like, did you get the whole thing about her she sees stuff?
Yeah, I gathered.
So, like, I guess she sees things that are going to happen, but haven't happened yet, but might happen, but might not happen. And I guess at one point, I think I'm supposed to kill her.
Huh. Okay. Well, I heard her say that she was supposed to be in love with you.
I think that's a thing too.
Huh. So she was supposed to love you, but you were supposed to kill her. And so, are she and Molly together? Is that a thing? Because it clearly seems like they're, you know, the vibes are there, but
I mean, they spend a lot of time together, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Summer, you can, like, probably tell that Summer is taking, like, mental notes, like, drawing a little diagram of this, like, love triangle or whatever. Just sort of, like, collecting data, like, okay, interesting. So she was supposed to love you, but she loves Molly. Seems like Molly loves her, and you're supposed to kill her. Are you going to kill her?
I don't think so. Why would I kill her?
I don't know. Have any of them tried to kill you?
Well, Molly did that one time.
I mean, that seems like a good reason to kill them.
Yeah, but people try to kill me a lot of the time. That just kind of happens.
Why? Are you someone who people would have a reason to kill?
I mean, not right now.
That implies that you used to be, or that you will be in the future?
Streak pauses for a moment. You can see that really just confused him.
Oh no, he's got a
He's like
reboot.
squinting.
Did So you used to be someone that people would want to kill?
I guess so.
Why?
You know, work.
That- What kind of work?
The work.
What did you say? You cut out.
The working kind.
So you're not going to tell me?
No. No, I don't think so.
Interesting. Okay. I'll get it out of you at some point. Good to know. You've given me enough information for today. They like give you like a little handshake, just like, thank you, great. And then they just sort of fall back and just ponder the information we have gotten.
Drake stares down at his hand for a moment after Summer leaves and just like, what just happened? Is that business?
It's above the table. It is so fun. A character who shows up like a year into a campaign and just be like, "Can you please explain all the batshit stuff you guys have done? What the fuck?"
Well, when they say it out loud, though, it sounds crazy.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Yeah, let me just tell the former cop about my former career.
Oh.
Hey, the cops are after me too.
For very different reasons.
Oh yeah, I don't remember if I ever let's see if this works. I've been setting up some new stuff, but I don't remember if I had ever reposted the new Abney art that I've been using, but there it is. Does that work? Oh my god, it does.
Oh, it does.
Oh, lovely.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he has gotten a full overhaul on Foundry now.
He has those burn scars.
Yeah. Poor dude's a bit scarred up.
He has been through some stuff.
Yes.
I have a random question,
Okay.
and I might be totally off on this. Is this the right month? Because all my notes say it's been the Freya win.
Yes, it should be Freywin. What do I have
Okay.
as?
It's at Freya Send right now.
Oh, yeah, that is my mistake. That is 100% my mistake. I see what I did. I was testing something while I updated the calendar. And everything is a
Okay.
month ahead. A
Okay.
mistake. That is my bad. Thank you for calling me out on that.
You're welcome. I was like, did I lose a month? What
No.
happened?
No. I was updating some stuff in the calendar. There were some... I was adding some more stuff, and when I did, I mistakenly had set the current date to, like, 25 years ago, because I was adding more NPC birthdays into the calendar for my notes.
Oh,
and
okay.
when I re-added it, I think I was just on the wrong month. Yeah. Yeah, it should be Freyawen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a way to open the calendar once you've closed it on Foundry?
Yes, it should be in the journal tab at the bottom, I believe.
Okay. My journal tab has nothing, but I'll find it.
The on the left in like the little controls on the left side of your screen.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, under journal notes. Yeah, there it is. Symbol count.
Got it. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
So, With all that said... Oh, yeah, did I have last session set to the wrong... I had last session set to the wrong display thing, too. I had set to Freya's end. When it should have been... It should have been Freya win. Yeah, because it is the 16th of Freya win, not Freya's end.
I feel like this should be Freya's birthday month.
Oh. Yeah, so I've been messing with the calendar a lot. I made a couple of mistakes. Thank you for calling me out on it.
You're welcome.
So, the journey continues with your newly appointed... I don't know how the party sees Samara right now. Like, I have no idea. But, Cassie and Molly are not on their own, but they're pretty much never separated. Like, where there is one, the other is generally no more than a few feet behind. Abney is a nervous wreck for a whole new pile of reasons as your journey continues. But your journey does continue. Another day, another day. Sure. Okay, yes. Yeah. You have a night where you stop over at Fairy Key. If you guys wanted to stay at one of the inns, the nice cozy one is going to run you. They've got cheap rooms that run you about 5 to 10 copper, depending on if you want single or double beds, and then really nice ones that run you about a gold a night. Or you could stay at the Fairy Key itself, as you did on your way in. Those start at about 3 gold, and the really nice ones go up to 10.
I have 8 gold total. I mean, I have 80 silver, so I would love to not spend gold. Like, I would love to spend as little as possible. I mean,
and Frey would like to stay at the nice inn, but if he could, at the same time, I think he'd like to do his thing with like the other like guests there to try and make some money, doing readings and stuff.
Okay, that's fine. Give me a charisma perform.
Okay. 11. There we go.
There we go. Nothing's broken anymore. God. Yeah, I would say you said you're staying at Fairy Key itself.
At the not Fairy Key one.
Okay, the Zalweek Inn.
The one golden night one.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would say a night of readings. You'd probably be doing the readings at Fairy Key, because that's where you're going to make your money, though it is very much off-season, so it's not going to be as active as it would be, but still doing a great job, enough to cover your room and make you... Let's see here... 3 silver and 5 copper on top of it.
All right, thank you.
and I try to find someone hot and hook up with them so I can stay in their room.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's give me a good old charisma connect.
Right.
See if you can
Hot
find
is
anyone
negotiable.
who's-
The nice room is not, just so you know.
I'm sorry, hot was negotiable, the nice room was not.
Correct.
There are some pretty nice, like, influential merchant types that are staying for a couple of days, hoping that the snow is going to die out, and they are more than willing to enjoy your company for the night. So,
Beautiful.
Yeah, you would have no problem finding someone who's more than willing to throw around the coin to, you know, impress someone and hang out with them for a night.
Yeah. I'm like laying it on thick too. Just like, you know, just, oh wow, you're so amazing, etc., etc.
Wow, your coin
And then
purse
going
is
to
so
sleep
big.
as quickly as possible. Yeah. Falling asleep as quickly as possible when we get back and we're done.
Oh, all right. Anyone else staying anywhere besides your stuff, like in your camping stuff outside the town?
Garrett would definitely be feeling his age after the last adventure, so he would be staying in the not the most expensive, but the nicer of the two hotels.
Okay, so there was the Zalwijk, which, I mean, they're both nice, but the Zalwijk has the cheap, like, hostel-style rooms at, like, 5 copper. But if you want your own room, those go up to about a gold. And then the Fairy Key itself, the cheap ones start at, like, 3 gold. The expensive ones are, like,
I misunderstood.
10.
I thought the private rooms was like a separate. No, then no, he would take a private room at the
At the
the less
Zalwijk.
expensive. The Zalwijk.
Right. I'll run you 1 gold a night. The private rooms do have 2 beds in them, so if someone wanted to come with you, that would be fine.
Exactly, that would extend to whomever wanted to. So, Samar technically didn't need to go out and hook up with peoples to get a night.
I think they just like knowing they can. I would like page Mira via brain phone and just be like, just so you guys know, I found somewhere else to stay for the night. I'll meet you guys in the morning.
Oh. And Mira says,
I was just gonna say that she would stay wherever, I guess, like, Stree and Roland are staying.
Roland is in the trustworthy category of wondering what the hell Streak's gonna do and probably committing to the same thing. So what's Streak doing?
Honestly, I was thinking he was gonna camp. He probably needs a break from all these people.
Fair and based answer.
Cassie and Molly are continuing to spend Streak's money now and get a nice room. So, yeah. And, of course, William will be, I assume, sharing a room with Frey. So,
Yeah.
with that, Mira, you and Roland and Strieg camp out with your belongings and your trusty steed, Henrietta, while the rest of them have a nice, comfortable, warm, mostly quiet night. There is not nearly as much activity as there was when you guys were first arriving. It really seems like the cold, like there's some, there's like ice building up on the Everdew Lake itself. It definitely is not as active and just boisterous as it was. And, yeah, it is another night. As you guys get through it, and you have a few more days' journey ahead of you. You all pack up, meet up, and well rested again. I do want to go ahead and just reiterate something I did not do at the beginning of the session. You guys did have a few days of downtime in Artavishta. Any frailty would have been gone. If you had any, you would have been full HP, all system strain gone, and you would have, of course, had all your spell slots and everything back. So, considering no one's used anything since then, at this point, you should all have all of your resources.
Speaking
Just in
of
case.
frailty, is there somewhere to notate on the sheet that a character is frail or not?
Nope, just in my brain.
Okay, that's fine.
You can put,
Just
like,
write it right next to their name.
Yeah, you can. You can put it like put your renown to 1 or 99999 or something. I don't use renown really, so
I don't even know where that is.
it's right next to your alignment.
Oh.
Right under the name on the
Yeah,
far right.
if you want to note it somewhere, you can always use that or something. As long as you remember, that's the important thing.
Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, through different locations and different means, you all end up getting back together shortly after, a little while after sunrise, for another day of cold travel.
I think I'm probably each day casting Mind Over Matter to completely ignore the climatic extremes or whatever, so that I'm not really feeling the cold when we're traveling.
Of course. Nice and comfortable for Samar, as usual.
Yeah.
And otherwise, another day. It goes exhaustingly, and at night, you reach Dulcery. And Abney heads in and has a... He just kind of, like, gives Frey... He just, like, squeezes your hand. He's like, "Alright, love, I'm gonna go talk to them. Wish me luck." And before you can say anything, before he can change his mind, he darts into the Bastion.
Frey's just looking back there like, good luck. Already gone. Frey will go over to the rest of the group. We'll have to see if he'll be able to come the rest of the way with us.
Yeah, I hope.
I hope so too. But yes, I suppose we never really discussed it with the rest of you, but William might be sticking around.
Of
Oh,
course.
that's good to hear.
You should be with the people you care about. If you can.
Gives Mira a soft smile. Aye, of course. It'll be good to see our friends again once we get back to Fortuna Sol.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Gotta check it on Magnus, make sure he hasn't gotten into too much trouble.
Yes. She's been pretty quiet and withdrawn a bit. Who knows what's going on with her? Yes, I have been a bit worried about him.
Definitely the Knights of the Blue really have been growing more active.
About all of them, really.
Rig, are you worried at all about going back?
Yeah, pretty much always, yeah.
You think there'll still be people looking for you?
Maybe. Most
Why would they be looking
likely.
for you?
You shut up.
Okay.
I guess I need to, you know, look around a little bit when we're there and see how things are since we left. I don't know what the state of things will be.
Yes, I suppose we'll have a lot of questions about that sort of thing. It sounds as if quite a lot has been happening there.
It feels like there's a lot of things happening everywhere.
True enough. The exhausting sort of happenings.
What are we even gonna do when we get there? Does anybody have any kind of idea?
Well, I guess if the hope is to track down Zane, then
That would
I don't
definitely
know.
be
I
start
mean-
one, yeah. I mean,
I
being...
would imagine.
Oh, sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say I could imagine we could probably track the I don't know, work of the Soldiers of the Blue. I can't imagine they're keeping a low profile over there, but I guess I don't really know.
That would definitely be one way to do it. Seeing what's going on with that, because he was trying to look into it. Another, I definitely think another spot would be to start actually at the docks where his ships and stuff would be and see, is he there, or maybe he left someone in command who knew he had a hotel room or something actually in town.
Mm-hmm.
And I could get in touch with Lord Bright-Durant. He was... I'm sure he'll have a good understanding of what's happening in the city.
That was the Lord who was able to get us onto the ship out last time?
Yes, he is a member of the Lionheart Alliance and the Lord of Innovation. And he owns the Ironheart shipwrights.
Right.
Fascinating.
As you guys are discussing, it's probably been 25 minutes, and Abney comes back out wearing a simple green cloak. He does not have a blade at his side. He has no chainmail on under his cloak. And he looks like just deer in the headlights. And he doesn't stumble, but like he walks over to you without really emphasizing anything.
Frey looks him up and down. So how did it go?
Oh, well, my name is, my name is, William Abney, and I'm now just a Vacanian citizen.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Abney, Vicanian citizen. And we're all glad to have you with us. And he'll kind of like, look over at the rest of the group, be encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you just taking a temporary leave of absence with plans to come back here, or did you fully quit?
I'm done. I mean, I'm sure. He kind of like has a moment where he has to like gather his thoughts, and he just, I'm sure the captain, Captain Laurent would take me back, but yeah, I'm done. I'm no longer a Ducal guard. I'm no longer in the employ of Duchess Acadia.
Street gives him a thumbs up.
He looks at you and does not have an immediate response to that. Like, you can tell, like, he's having trouble processing the fact that he just quit everything he knows. So, the house I've been, well, I don't quite own it. It's, part of the Ducal. They cover it. I don't really have to pay a lot, but I didn't own it outright or anything. I would like to, I said that, I'm good till the, end of the month. I'd have to stop paying, but, you won't mind if we just stay the night? I can pack my things and stuff like that. I'll try and travel light.
Yeah. Would you like any of us to help pack, or maybe just you and Frey, or?
I mean, it'll be cramped, but you all could stay there. I mean, it'll be.
I'm good at lifting and moving things.
Sure, but I don't think you're gonna be bringing a wardrobe with us. Where will we put it? Who knows? Maybe we'll find some old fun stuff.
I can have some people come down from the city to pick it up for you. I'm sure Viv would be okay with that if they're good with you leaving any stuff here till the end of the month.
He just kind of shakes his head. No, it's fine. I have neighbors who will take most of it. And at this point he like grabs Frey's hand and squeezes it. I'm committing to this. Leap of faith, right, love? And he looks to Frey again for reassurance.
Aye, leap of faith. And we'll be with you every step of the way.
And you're gonna catch me.
Of course.
And he guides you guys to his small home. It is a simple, it looks like it has one main bedroom, a second, like, back room that he was kind of using for storage. There's a small porch on the back. He begins, like, going through things, and I mean, we have the one bed ready to go. You know, and he gives a little half smile at that. Rest of the house is yours. I have so many I never told you that I collect weapons. I always fancied myself being decent at something to defend myself, but never really got good at it. So I can help with that.
You have anything better than the wood axe?
Oh. And at this point, he heads into that back storage room, and he comes out hauling a sword that is dragging against the ground in a very large, like, brass scabbard. The sword itself is massive, large, like, as large as, like, his arms, maybe bigger. This was, something I bought the first time I could, afford it, I think. Gives a little half smile at that. It's a big one. It's very, very expensive.
I'm not sure I could pick that up. I appreciate it, but maybe not for me. Maybe one of the others would like that.
My arms hurt just looking at it, but Mira, I bet you could pick
I was
it up.
about to say, I'm sure Mira could pick that up like it's fucking nothing. I can carry it. She just like picks it up like a fucking toothpick.
Oh, and it that is in fact a greatsword, a bronze greatsword.
I'm not gonna use it because, but I can carry it.
Fists are stronger.
All right, Mira, I will go ahead and add for you a greatsword to your inventory. Among the other things, like, he essentially at this point, like, gets to the point where he, if you would please note where it's from. Like I said, most important thing to me when you get items, note where they're from, so we both remember. Like, anyone who helps him, you would see that, like, he has a small collection of, like, arms and armor. There is a fairly large buckler that he has that he kind of, like, throws, like, you can see it's got, like, a simple, like, rope already on it, and he kind of just throws it over his back. Seems like something he probably has at least trained with at some point. Among the other things, there is another longbow, not unlike your own, Garrett, but it looks like it hasn't seen use in a long time. Like, even like the entire thing is like covered in dust. Like, as he's moving it, you can see like dust and cobwebs coming off of the bow, like the string itself. And it's probably gonna need to be restrung. It's just a mess.
It's nice to have hobbies.
Yeah, I suppose so. He also, in lieu of a wood axe, he has a very large war axe that he brings out. Not quite as big as the greatsword, but still hefty, with this very nice, like, looks like rebuilt leather grip on it.
Is that what you use to chop wood?
No, this was, I bought this at, well, they were doing, some sales. It was a bit beat up, and I tried, redoing the handles myself on it. You know, I thought maybe I could fight with something else, and, well, a bit too heavy for me.
Well, if it's too heavy for him, then it's too heavy for me. I also have a -1 in every combat skill, just to be clear. So, like, I don't think I can use any of these anyway. It's just, like, for the comfort of, like the peace of mind of knowing I have something if it comes to it. But it's all useless for me.
He then, like, comes out, and at first you can't really tell. It looks like he's carrying, like, a, almost like a pole that you would hang drapes on, but you realize after a moment it is actually about a 14-foot long pike.
Where are you getting all these from?
I told you, I tried a lot of things, tried to, you know, be good at fighting. I wanted to blame weapons, so I tried collecting, I tried, you know, spears, but this was a little too big for me, and frankly, you know, unwieldy.
And Frey is looking at this pike very skeptically. Just, how would anybody be able to wield that thing?
very carefully.
Huge.
Well, I think the pointy end goes into the other person.
But
Yeah.
nobody's that tall.
They're used to keep people away from you. Like if you've got a longer reach than they do, they can't get into to get at you. So a pike's basically just a longer spear.
14 feet is pretty long.
I don't understand. It just looks unwieldy.
I mean, yeah, I definitely built before I could chew with it. But I never really found a small one that I really vibed with. He just kind of shrugs at that point. Got a lot of big things in here.
Garrett's looking over at Strieg like, are everything he pulls out of there gonna be like too large?
Yeah, Streak is squinting at it with his head like slightly cocked, like how would one even why would you what's the point?
I mean,
But he's obviously not saying that.
yeah. But like seeing the confusion, he just kind of, I mean, you know, well, here before the Black Sun, they were really good against, you know, like horse charges.
Horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
he like pantomimes like kneeling down and like you put it in the ground like this and you hold it up and I mean you're getting a rider or a horse, either way it's gonna slow it down.
Especially since you usually have like, 5 or 6 guys at once with all that.
Which
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's more of a strategic use.
I mean,
If that makes sense. I don't know much about this.
I think so. Like I said, I tried to learn to fight with it and really couldn't.
How often are horses charging at you?
I mean, we've seen some pretty big things out there.
Like a bear.
Well, there was the monster in the cave that we ran into on the way back that we avoided successfully. So those are around.
Yeah, I forgot about
Was it
that.
the quill? Shadow quill or something. Umber quill. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You were
Oh, it was. Oh, right.
And the as you guys are kind of talking, the last things that Abney pulls out of his storage pile of seemingly oversized weapons, you hear some clanging as he ties a short sword in a simple brass scabbard to his belt. Still got one of these at least.
I was going to ask if you
Excuse me.
wanted mine.
Oh, no, I'll need to keep one. At least, I mean, it's not a call issue, but, you know, you still put the other end in the other guy, and it works. And, at this point, like, with his other arm, he begins hoisting up, and, he lifts up a full-size halberd. I thought maybe after the pike was a little too big that I go with something a bit smaller, but it's still too big and heavy. And he awkwardly like balances it over his shoulder as he walks. Not really, I mean, if you don't want any of them, we can always bring them. Gotta be worth something, right, love?
I think we
All
can
too
turn
big.
anything into some coin. Do we have room for them on the wagon? I don't want to give up my seat.
I'll carry him then. How about that?
we should be able to stow that in the wagon. Maybe have to put it underneath some stuff versus right up on the top, but we should be able to, yeah. The only thing that'd be really tricky would be the pike, because it's 14 feet.
I mean, we can,
But-
stick it straight up and down. Like, I could tie it onto one of the...
Oh yeah. Oh, we could put a little flag on the end of it. We don't have a flag though. Never mind.
We can make one. I can't fit all these clothes with me.
What's this flag going to be?
Well, I mean, we are a registered company of Fortune's Accord, so I guess we need a flag? Question mark?
So you'll need a
We
design.
really want to make ourselves that known going into Fortuny Soul.
That's a good point.
Do any of you draw?
I do.
Maybe you could just draw a design of some kind. Doesn't necessarily have to be the company's flag.
Well, how
little
about... I mean, we still have a bit of a journey ahead of us. How about we all come up with ideas for designs? And whatever we decide on, I can draw the final one and we can make that flag and not fly it. Until it's safe to, of course.
I think Summer is just politely like, yeah. Summer is just politely like, well, I'm not in this company, so I'm just, I'm just chilling. I'm just politely nodding, whatever.
At this point, Molly finally saying something. I feel like a lot of people die around you. Maybe it should be red.
Bira fucking glares.
Abby's eyes go wide.
I mean, what if we did less of a bright red and more of a deep maroon with gold edging? Or some bars kind of on the side? Because, Fortune's gold. And I think that would actually look well with the gold with the maroon in general.
Red is a hero's color. When you think about it. I mean, a lot of the books I read, the hero always had a crimson cloak or something like that. I think.
How many
Yeah.
people have died around you?
I mean, we were mixed up with that explosion that took out, half a town. So,
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that seems more like you were just in the vicinity. I don't know that you had much control over that.
I mean, sometimes sometimes people just die around you, unfortunately. I shouldn't be laughing as I'm saying this. Because Garrett wouldn't be laughing as he was saying it, but the concept of responding to that was funny.
Yeah. Just like
I-
I'm just imagining in my head, like as a new person who joins the group, for somebody to be like, a lot of people die around you. You're just like, maybe I'm not in the right place.
Exactly, because that's just not the thing that you say. But I mean, we've had. All right, that's not okay. Maybe I shouldn't have put it like that. But last time we were in Fortuny Soul, someone was trying to kill us
Summer
because
glances at
there were some issues with
Do
The criminal- underworld, but
Frey is going to cut in.
yeah.
He's going to cut in from Garrett and say, "Perhaps this isn't your story to tell."
Yeah.
Okay. Just should I be worried when we go in? Are there people coming after us now?
That situation has been resolved, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I like glance at everybody else just to make sure nobody is like clearly biting their tongue or anything. Okay. If you say so. So, Crimson with Gold?
Yeah, and then you could do in the center maybe like the letters FA kind of on top, overlapping but diagonal-ish for Fortune's Accord. Would have to do that in either gold or black, I guess.
Certainly a striking idea. Was it something you wanted to work on tonight?
I don't think we needed to specifically. Also, I'm not good at stitching that much, so you probably wouldn't want me actually doing any of the work on it.
I could do that part, I guess.
Well, it'll certainly be a way to keep ourselves busy, especially on the boat ride. Hopefully, it'll be a little less eventful than the last one.
Yeah. I think Summer will also offer to everyone again to, if they would like, they can join our little thought hotline. If they would like to be on the phone line with I think Garrett and Mira are the only ones on it right now. Just offering again. You know, you don't have to, but
Frey will very politely turn down the offer.
damn.
Yeah, nope, Streak is not going for it.
I'll get y'all eventually.
Oh god.
I assume Abney says no because Frey said no, and I assume Roland says no because Streak said no.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not offering to Cassie and Molly if the others aren't joining.
Do you want Cassie?
You can probably get Cassie.
I mean, do you want to offer it to Cassie?
I don't think I would. I feel like it would be one of those things where I offered to the room, and then everybody else says no, and then I'm like sort of in a position where I have to look at Cassie and be like, "Well, of course the offer's open to you too," you know. But I wouldn't say it. I would just kind of look at her like for her answer.
So what exactly is this?
Well, if you're within 5 miles of me, I can
That's a really far away.
sort of. Yeah, I can communicate with you mentally, and you can communicate back.
Okay, that sounds very useful. Like, wait. And she kind of like looks to Streak. Streak, why wouldn't you want that? Don't you guys with the? And she like motions to her ear. Isn't that just like your thing that you always need, so that you wouldn't need to have the? She like looks sadly at your ear that's all messed up and still fucked up from all the earring stuff.
Who has the earrings right now, by the way? I think I have one. The other one is probably in Frey's pocket.
Yep. Yeah, Frey had it.
Oh, Frey dropped it.
Somebody
And
picked
he
it
was
up.
escorted away by the soldiers.
Oh yeah. Somebody picked it up, I think. I don't remember. Maybe it was Garrett.
Yeah. So at this point, either way, you guys would have both of them. You can establish that Mira's got both if you want. That's fine.
They're in my pocket.
All right.
I think like with
that
Cassie,
evil dagger thing is also in my pocket and isn't in my pocket. I need to put things physically in my pocket when they are in my pocket. I'll worry about this later.
I think with Cassie making that argument, I will look back at Streak one more time, just like, are you sure?
Strig just shakes his head.
Okay. Well, Cassie, if you're interested, I will add you in.
She kind of just, well, I'm not exactly sure what I'm getting into, but yeah, of course I'm interested. I the ability to contact me, you're so sweet. And she like puts a hand on yours and just like squeezes it. You're such a kind person.
Oh, thank you. You too. Yeah. Well, great. Okay, I will spend the hour while we're here to add Cassie in.
As you do. And as the hour grows late, you guys get your things together. Abney has a lot of furniture. He's got clothes. Like I said, he had that longbow that was pretty beat up. Everything was very much like, I don't want to say like haphazardly put together or anything, but it was definitely a case of like, he definitely like wasn't the most organized and wasn't prepared for anything like this.
It's fine.
But yeah, you guys spend the night, slowing you down just a smidge, not a lot. You probably could have pushed on for another hour or two if you really wanted to, but it's not going to significantly affect things. And you guys eventually make your way to bed in the Abney residence, and we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. But that's for later, because right now, we continue another day. You finish helping Abney pack up his clothing, and he gives up his home. He spends the morning knocking off a few neighbors and letting them know that the rest of his things, his furniture, they are free to anyone who wants them. He has also let the Ducal Guard here know about that, and they will be more than willing to help with anyone who wants anything. The rest of his belongings, what he can carry on his packs, and some changes of clothes and things he brings with him. And with a couple of heartfelt, very nervous moments, says goodbye to the only adult home he has ever had. And your journey continues. You make your way all the way to Quentamen over the next couple of days. Again, if you guys need to do anything, feel free to cut in. The snow is even less intense down here and not really slowing you down all that much. It seems like Quentamen to Milo Harbor will probably be one full day, so you'll probably get to Milo Harbor about halfway. Ooh, it's a month switchover. Lovely. Go. You'll probably be getting to Milo Harbor about the second, maybe. But until then, you get to Quentamen, where there is even more of, not a lockdown, but you can see that there are Ducal guards at the, almost nostalgically, at the bridge again. And they immediately just, like, flag you down. Unless you wanted to stay overnight, you'd probably still be able to get, like, you reach here about halfway through the day, so you'd still be able to continue traveling. Unless you wanted to stop for the night.
I would be fine to continue traveling, unless anyone else wanted to stop.
Sure.
Mm.
I don't sleep, bestie.
Yeah, I'm good to keep going.
When you get to the Belljour Bridge, there are a number of Ducal guards who just immediately... Alt! What are you, traveling from? And one of them approaches you, and Abney instinctively goes to move forward, and then, like, stops, and just, like, looks at Frey for a second, and just... Right, and just steps back.
I guess I will step forward and hand over the letter I have from Zane and say, hi, we're traveling from Artavista. We are headed down to Milo Harbor to return to Fortuny Sol.
From Artavista, you say?
Yes.
Going to have to look through your bag here, your... And he motions. Your mule, your packs. There's a dangerous individual out around here that we are maybe escaping the country that we are looking for. Have you ever come into contact with a man by the name of McBrennan?
No, I haven't.
And the rest of you?
Frey will speak up. We actually had been looking for him in Artavista, but sadly there's no sign of him. But we did manage to thwart some of the trouble he was causing up there. We actually had been sent that way by Etrin Gauthier.
Mr. Gautier, okay. Oh, you are the group that was... And there's like a moment as he calls over someone else, and you see another couple of guards making their way. And they head on over, and... One moment here. Yes, Mr. Gautier is, he is going to be here soon, but he is interested in what you were able to find. And,
well.
we'll just need to wait a few moments, is that alright?
Yeah, I think we have a few moments to spare. We'll kind of look around at the rest of the group.
Nodding?
Well, with everyone else's vaguely positive responses, you wait on the other side of the bridge, and a few moments later, the very wide-brimmed, bright green hat and suit of Remy Gautier, the Estron... the Estron Regent, no longer elect. It is the beginning of the year. He has officially been given his position. Makes his way over, walking with... He walks with a... He has a, like, very... Not fancy, it's simple, but obviously high-quality cane. He doesn't need it to walk, but he still walks with it. Using it to kind of emphasize his steps as he comes over, and just... I hope that you have had a very, good news. Please tell me.
Well, it depends on the good news you were hoping for.
We reached word that, the man that you were sent to hunt made his way and did a lot of killing over the months in Artavishte and was able to escape, apparently.
And regrettably, but we were able to uncover the corruption that he had ties to in Artavishte, that right into the heart of the Ducal Guards.
I heard about that. It was horrible. We have a list of guards who are supposed to keep an eye out for, and he just kind of rolls his eyes. It is certainly a lot to worry about, but I assume that he has still not been apprehended.
Alas, there's no sign of him that we could find.
The man is an absolute ghost, it seems. Something that has passed beyond our world.
You saw the tricks, or you heard of the tricks that he was capable of when he came through here.
I saw with my own eyes he left nearly a dozen men dead, including, what, 2 brights? Don't know that I would call those tricks. I was as cold-blooded as they come, and hopefully he will find himself at the end of a noose one day.
Aye, with any luck. I'm sorry we couldn't have brought better news.
Just kind of shakes his head and... you seem to have at least something here. May I ask where you are headed?
We're on our way to Milo Harbor to catch a ship and then make our way to Fortuna Sol.
He gives a knowing nod at that. But is certainly something. Is the time and treatment of Vicania not been to your liking, or has the cold just beaten the love out of you at this point?
He chuckles a little, and I would very much like to visit again when it is far warmer, but business draws us south.
Gives a nod of disappointing understanding at that. Do keep your alliances to yourself. There is word has reached that there is something going on between Vreeland and Vicania. I do not know the details, but they have a diplomatic ship at Milo Harbor that is... Well, they have been slowed down so far, but they were trying to request passage to the capital to see the Duchess on apparently some very important information.
Do you know who they sent?
A large group, a retinue of some 200-300 at least, that have been trying to disembark. I was given orders to make sure that they do not cross without hearing from someone in the Duchess's crown office, council, whatever. Until I get those orders, no one from Vreeland representing Vreeland is to come into our borders beyond the Belligeor.
Complicated times indeed. Thank you for the warning. We shall make sure to heed it.
He gives a cursory nod, and if anything ever does come of your investigation into that McBrennan fellow, and he kind of looks around. What happened to the man he stole the face of? Is he still on the hunt?
Ray's face falls at that. Sadly, he was another victim of all of this. Not of McBrennan personally, but of the things he was tied to.
He gives a bit of a somber nod at that. Well, I'm sorry that you were dragged into this a bit. He shakes his head. I hope you have better news. At least what is going on with the Porter Robbins seems to have stopped.
Yep.
Small miracles today, at least. I wish you safe travels and hope to see you through our borders again.
Thank you, and I hope that my next visit will be in better times.
Not be much worse, given, well... He kind of, like, looks to the side and goes over and knocks on a wooden railing. Unless another black sun happens, I don't think it can get worse.
Don't jinx it.
And, you guys head on. Your extended group, led by the ever-intrepid Henrietta Stiles, excitedly pulling her very small wagon that she barely notices, even with Frey on it. The rest of you walking alongside, and the journey continues. Another night, but the snow is all but gone here and will not be slowing you down. And it is on the evening of the 2nd of Frey's-End that you reach back to Milo Harbor. The harbor is more active than you have seen it in some time, especially for you, Garrett, but for the rest of you, it was very passive. There were scattered ships off the harbor itself, away ships set up, but out here, it is... You can see there is a very... Not the largest, but there is a very large flagship out in the bay itself, with the... flying the colors of Vreeland on both its mainsail and a flag. There are quite a few other ships. It is much more active, as I said, than when last you arrived. There are a couple of ships as well that seem to be flanking the Vreeland vessel that are both bearing, you can see that they are both bearing the flag of the, let me see here, what did I call it again? I brain farted. 1 second. The, Valari Privateering Company.
This is the like Vreeland, whatever, the group that we were hearing about from Gautier.
Yes, the Vreeland flagship, and then behind it at like 45-degree angles are two Valari Privateering Company ships, the Vicanian Navy. Both have their cannons drawn and facing the Vreeland flagship.
Huh.
Vreeland.
Okay. So they have their guns drawn and they're like targeting the Vreeland flagship.
Yes.
Okay. Not guarding it. Okay, understood.
No, the cannons are out and pointed at the Vreeland flagship.
Yeah, this is a showdown between them and the...
Interesting. Well, and this is like happening out in the middle of the harbor. So,
yes.
Like, we
yeah,
don't
you
really
can
have
see,
a way
like, as you're arriving, like, you can see, out in the harbor, like, the cannons gleaming from the setting sun and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's... I don't think there's a way we could get onto those ships without alarming several people.
Visibility would do it.
Yeah, let me just do that. Let me just cast invisibility. Yeah, I mean, I do think I turned to the others and I'm like, well, what do we think that's about?
Yeah, that's... Is that the... that might be the Rayclow contingent from Fortuny Soul. That's probably why they have the guns drawn on them, because they're not supposed to enter until they get permission.
Yeah, there's a Soldiers of the Blue Flag, I assume.
Yes.
And the Volari privateering ships aren't flying that.
No, they are flying Vicanian colors, and they are flying their own.
Okay, so this might be a side.
There's also some tension, like, as you guys are arriving, like, people aren't out and nearly as relaxed. Like, there is Ducal movement through the town, and, like, even just as you're arriving, there's, like, you notice there really hasn't been a lot of mercantile stuff going on. Like, there haven't been, like, again, it is the cold season. There's not going to be a ton of people importing, but you haven't seen really that much at all heading back up the Bellageur.
I would like to do my mind light thing, and then I would like to maybe grab a Ducal guard who's like walking by or something and just sort of ask them like, excuse me, we were planning on taking a ship out of here, but we can't help but notice that there's sort of a standoff going on here. Do you happen to know anything about what's going on, and if it's safe to leave?
And did you say you were using an ability during this?
Yeah, I want to use the like my open mind thing, to just so I can like get what their like surface emotions are.
Okay. A little bit stressed, like definitely on like a bit of, and just there's been there was a skirmish out in Toronto, out in Fortuny Soul. Don't know the specifics quite yet. They're keeping it under wraps, but if you're civilian, then you should be fine to leave. If the Rayland ship fires on you, we have 2 of our best that will sink them immediately and be in no immediate danger.
Okay. And the other ships there working for you guys, the ones who would be protecting us. I just
Yes,
want to.
those are the Valari Navy, our own.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
We have
I don't wanna,
we have set up a blockade further down where the bay gets smaller, just to make sure that they don't get any reinforcements till we find out exactly what's going on. So most of our active navy that didn't go to and at this point he just kind of stops and like he's a little nervous and just rest assured you're safe. You're safe and Vacadia is in good hands as usual.
Of course. And, well, we are headed to Fortunisol. You mentioned that there was a skirmish there. Do you think our destination would also be safe, or...?
We cannot speak on what it may or may not be at this time. I would recommend avoiding it, but if you do need to go there, I would recommend at least avoiding mentioning where you're from. Or he just kind of shrugs at that point.
Okay. Understood. Okay. Thank you. Well, I'll like turn to the others after we like sort of walk away from and be like, well, it sounds like we should be okay to go. I don't think there's any way we're gonna be talking to anyone on those ships, so I think we should just give them a wide berth and leave, probably.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea as well.
They said that there was a blockade. Are they allowing ships to leave?
It sounds like the blockade is to make sure that reinforcements don't arrive for the Raylan ship. I would imagine that as long as we're civilians, it sounded like he said that we should be okay to travel out there.
Alright, well...
I assume he would have told me that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna. I assume he would have told me that we would get stopped by the blockade if that was the case. So.
Well, we'll have to find Captain Wallace first before anything else.
Yes, definitely. Alrighty.
You guys head and spend a little bit of the afternoon, eventually finding someone who was paid by Wallace to essentially, like, keep an eye out for you guys. And, they just kind of... They give you the old, we'll let you know. We're gonna wait here. We'll have him sent. And, they... Not wait here, but they send you, like, to a specific part of the docks where they're going to have someone essentially send to Wallace's ship and meet you back there. His ship is one of the many that is too big to dock properly at the main docks of Milo Harbor. But you guys wait another probably hour or so, and there's a small away ship. There are a few almost like almost taxi-esque ships that go back and forth between the main ships, the large ones out in the bay and the docks. And arriving on one of those, you see disembarking after, about an hour, in a very much more put together. You can see he's immediately more at his element. He's no longer bundled up. He has the top couple of buttons on his shirt undone. He has a secondary, like, shirt under it that's very loose as well, giving this deep V-neck on two separate shirts. A great coat that's just kind of flowing lazily about his shoulders, and he just kind of comes over and just makes his way to you, and here I was thinking maybe y'all weren't even gonna show up. Plan's gonna be to leave in the morning. Would you look at that? Cassie Molly, you have accepted my offer, it seems. And Cassie immediately, yeah, of course we wouldn't miss this for the world. I mean, Molly just, she wants another chance on a ship, and especially with someone that we trust. It seems like, and he just kind of, all right, I got you. We'll get y'all settled tonight, and we'll be leaving first thing in the morning. Blockade or no? Turds. How's that fit for all y'all?
Sounds good to me.
It seems we've arrived just in time.
Wallace is dressed similarly to this, but also with a greatcoat on over it. And he just kind of... Well, if y'all have any last-minute things you need to be getting, he kind of like looks... Yeah, I can fit a mule. Should have room. I, kind of turns to Frey. What was it that made you decide to take me up on my offer exactly?
Well, we have some concerns about what's going on in Fortunisol. And truth be told, I have a few more questions for you myself, but, well, that can wait until we're on the water.
He gives a nod at that. Well, I mean, as I said, I am not one partial to staying on land longer than I have to, and, well, spending the better part of a month and coin more sitting around with Molly and Cassie, don't get me wrong. He turns to him. Y'all two are absolute treat to be around, but feels a lot better when the ground below you is a bit less steady. So, how would we all like to embark? Get a nice night, get comfortable, and perhaps tomorrow we can get set sailing at first light.
Frey will look over at the others.
Shrug?
Yep.
Well, if there's nothing we need in town, I suppose we get a start of it.
He turns and motions to one of the crewmen who came with him, and he gives him a nod. Oh, and get that dinghy ready. Make sure that they know we're loading it up, getting it onto the accordance code. And oh, sir, and runs off. We'll get you all loaded, and well, your home away from home will be my pleasure. And another hour and a half goes by. It is after sunset when finally the ship is loaded. You guys are finally set away, and the small ship rows its way to the accordance code, where it ties on, and they are able to spend about another hour unloading everything, including your wagon, your mule, and everything else. And as you are being disembarked, you notice there is someone familiar who kind of leans over off of the side of the railing and watches as you're disembarking, and Osmond McBrennan gives a little smile.
For sake!
You're fucking kidding me.
Wait, where is he?
On the accordance code.
Wait, the boat we're getting on?
Yep.
I'm gonna crush his head like an egg.
Grab him and let's take him back. Let's get the fucking gold. Jesus Christ.
And once you guys are on, he gives you a half wave. You can see he has a light coat on. It's very long, and he has a buckle going from the right shoulder down to the left side to keep it over where most of his arm is missing to make sure it stays on him. And he just kind of, oh well, this is certainly the captain didn't say much about this. Said you might be coming along, but well, I had to see for myself.
I think before anyone else says anything, it's kind of like, I don't believe we had the pleasure. Oh, actually, I don't know what name I'm supposed to give to this person. I don't say anything. I just like put out my hand and just kind of am like hoping he'll give me his name.
Mira's eyes are getting like a little swirly and crazy, and she's kind of like looking at McBrennan, and then looking back at the party, and then looking at McBrennan, and then looking back at the party, like...
Strig is like reaching for a crossbow.
And Frey has his normal smile on. And we didn't realize that you would be here at all. Didn't think we'd be seeing you again ever.
Well, I was given an offer, and well, like I said, I had a job lined up that got me straight out of Acania, and well, the captain promised he'd get me out, no questions asked, and he did.
And here you are.
Why, here I am.
I fucking lunge.
Jesus! Okay, you lunge at... What are you trying to do, like, tackle him?
I'm not gonna attack him. I'm just gonna grab him by the front of his fucking shirt, because I'm really mad.
Alright, give me a strength punch.
Frey, like, stumbles out of the way.
Have you guys seen Memento? You know that scene where where the guy is running and he's like, okay, wait, am I chasing this person or are they chasing me? Like he suddenly realizes that he's like running and suddenly he's like, oh, okay, they're chasing me. Never mind. Run the other way. I feel like Summer is like that with Osmond right now. Like, oh, look, a friend. These guys all know him. And there's like, oh, not a friend. Okay, never mind. Not a friend. Understood.
Not a friend.
You charge forward and grab at him, and he tries to stumble and shove you away, but he loses his footing, and having only one arm, there's not a lot he can do, and you just kind of grab him, and at this point, he just... Oh, come on, now, you gotta let him go. This is no way to say hello. I said I was gonna be getting out of here, and I listened to everything you said.
And she is so angry that she's kind of... I don't know if she can talk right now.
At this point, Captain Wallace, how about y'all stop that? This is my ship, and I'm not gonna be having no fighting going on between my crew and my guests.
I can take him off your ship, if you like.
I think I would like my crew directly where they are, if you do not mind.
Again. Looks at the party, looks back at McBrennan.
McBrennan is like trying to like hold his one hand up.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about some individuals who were found by the guards the next day, all deceased?
I had to make sure that my new crew member was able to get out, so I had to deal with some things.
Wallace did it?
Wait.
Now,
Oh my god.
how about y'all back off just a bit? We are on my ship, and, well, Fortune and basic respect and code on the sea says you should be listening to me, so. I made a promise that I was gonna get this man out of Vacania, and I needed someone else I could trust on the land when I'm, well, not needing, so. He turns to Mira. Would you be so kind as to let that man go? Please. I will not ask nicely.
What all is everybody else doing right now?
Frey is gonna actually go and like try to like put a hand on Mira's shoulder. Just let him go.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Garrett's just kind of stunned because his prior exposure to Wallace is that he's kind of a chill guy who knows how to fish. So he's just completely stunned by the fact that Wallace was the one who killed all those guards.
I think Summer is just trying to get a bearing of like what the fuck is happening. I think their general like heuristic is like, I'm sure Mira has a good reason for whatever she's doing here, but like also I don't know what the fuck's happening, so.
Streak does not pull a crossbow and just crosses his arms.
I guess in that case, Mira will like let go, maybe shove him a little bit, and just like stomp the fuck away, like off the ship even.
There is no off the ship. You were taken by a dinghy to the ship, and then after everything was unloaded and you were on the ship is when he made himself known.
Then in that case, she stomps over to like the railing and is like looking down at the water like, can I just leave? I'm gonna leave, maybe. That is the vibe that you get.
You get like a little knock in your head from Summer, just being like trying to talk to you.
What do you want?
Are you okay?
No!
Do you want me to do something? I'm here to help if you would like.
They are bad people. And he helped. He Captain Wallace. He killed people.
Okay.
That is what Mira is thinking. She is very angry right now.
Yeah, I think Summer is kind of like putting two and two together, like the big mistake and then the murdering and obviously you being upset here and the conversation we just had at the bridge, and is like understanding what's happening and is like, okay, do you not want to be on the ship anymore?
No. I'll walk.
I'm sure if we...
Literally.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they'll take us back if we changed our mind. I can't imagine he's going to hold us hostage here.
Angry thoughts.
I think I will hang up the phone and I will
I could have thrown him into the ocean. That would have been cool.
I will kind of quietly walk over to Wallace and just be like, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I gather that some of us may not want to be on the ship anymore. Given the surprise here, is there any way that you would be able to take us back if we wanted?
At this time, I don't think we're going to be able to convince them to do so, and besides, we have business now.
Mirren fucking scoffs.
Well, all right. Can I, like, vibe check? Is this person, like, does he seem, like, apologetic, or does it seem like he's, like, haha, I've got you, and, like, you can't do anything about it now, or, you know, like, what is the vibe? How is he reacting to this, like, them being upset?
Give me the wisdom into it. Wow. It seems like he's not interested in whatever the fuck this petty thing is. Like, he already has plans. You guys are here. He's not changing them. He doesn't seem to have had plans to capture you, just that, you know, you're here, you're part of this, is the best way I could describe it.
Does it seem like he knew this would be a problem? Like, that McBrennan being here would upset them?
The best way I could describe it is it doesn't seem like he cared. He didn't think about whether or not it would be a problem. Like, that's just not something that will have occurred to him based on the way he's talking.
Okay. Okay, well, I will, I'll take a step back and just look at the others, like, alright, I mean, I got nothing.
Now, how about we get y'all shown to your rooms, and, well, it's not a lot, but I got a few pretty nice quarters. Should get, 2-3 individual rooms for y'all. Are we good to get all your things unloaded and put away, or am I gonna have to worry that, I'm sorry, I'm not incredible with names, and he turns towards, motions towards Mira. Her name was...
She's like white knuckling the fucking railing. Maybe it's even like splintering a little bit.
I mean, I'm not telling him her name.
Well, perhaps if we could have a few moments to speak amongst ourselves.
He just throws his hands up. By all means. I'll be in the captain's quarters. Come knocking if you need me. And, he just shrugs at that point. And, McBrennan is somewhere below deck. You have lost track of him. The regular crewmen here, there are... You'd count well over 70 or 80 probably, maybe more, that you've just seen above deck. Like, no one here has a sailing, correct?
No, I
No.
don't.
Okay, can't give you any more information than that. So yeah, quite a few. They have steered completely clear of you guys. Like, not really interacting, not saying anything, just doing their job.
I think I'm just gonna, like, quietly walk over to Mira and just, like rest my head on her shoulder. Just kind of, like, trying to be around.
Aw. She probably tries very hard to relax, like very carefully unbends her fingers from around the railing and like just puts her hands at her sides.
Well, I did not expect to be seeing McBrennan right now. That
Oh.
was...
Neither did I.
figured he would have already been out.
Well, this seems to be the quickest way for him to get out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what we can do about this. On one hand, we're too far from shore now to just jump overboard and swim back. Plus, there's Henrietta in the hold.
Maybe you are.
We could always throw him overboard once we get there.
Do it right now.
I don't think the captain would be too happy with us about that.
I could throw him overboard too.
Don't.
Why not? One who organized that, or something. Isn't that what he said?
Because sometimes you need to work with unsavory people. And like it or not, I need Captain Wallace to stick around for a while.
For what? What do you need him for?
And he's perhaps the only person who has any idea of what's happening to me. That's why.
I don't like this, but I don't really see us taking out, even if we just take out McBrennan, it going well, because Captain Wallace wouldn't like it, and there's over 80 of them. And I don't much, I understand, but I don't much like that he's the only person who has this knowledge for you, Frey. I know you said he was shady, but I didn't realize that he was the kind of person it turns out he was, though. I don't know what I can say about that either, since we let the serial killer go, and Garrett just kind of rubs his face and forehead in frustration.
Well, we can't do jack shit right now, so let's just ride it out till we get there and then we'll handle it, I guess.
Mira makes a really huffy sound, like a very, very teenager whatever sound.
If I can ask one question, I don't know either of these people, but I think I agree with Streak that it doesn't seem like we have many options here, so I think it's fine to to deal with it for now. But my experience is that you can work with immoral people, but you can't work with dishonest people. Do we think they're immoral, or do we think they're dishonest?
Did admit it, yes.
I don't think McBrennan ever told us a lie, even from the start.
No, he didn't.
But I don't know about Wallace.
Wallace, I trust that he wants something from me, and that is power in itself.
That's power as long as you're the smartest person in the room. If he wants something from you and he knows more than you do, then that's him with the power.
Frey gives Summer a slight smile at that. This I know how to do. Trust me.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like they're honest, if bad, so I think as long as we are aware of what we're getting ourselves into, we can probably keep each other safe, at the very least.
I can't think of much else at this point.
Okay.
Frey will look over at Streak. How is Streak looking about all this?
He looks surprisingly calm, if resigned. I think the vibe you kind of get from him is just like, well, of course this happened with our luck. Not much we can do about it. We might want to, never be alone? Given his face thing that he does?
What is the face thing?
He has some form of illusion magic that allows him to appear as someone else.
Did we know in character that that was magic he stole from Rohan?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I think I would have told them if I knew.
Would Rowan have known?
Good question. Well, yeah, because I never got my spell slots back for that whole whatever. So
Yeah.
I think I asked him when we had him in custody, like, how did you do that? And he said that's the only way I know how to cast spells.
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at least at that point I would have told them.
Okay. So Frey would say, hey, but I think that trick was only because of Rohan. But I suppose that also means that he could potentially do what any of us could do. At least if you have mystical leanings.
That's bad.
Which I guess would be me, and he looks uncertainly at Summer because he doesn't know what you can do.
Yeah. I think you are probably aware that I at least magically healed you at some point. But I mean, above the table, I don't have spell slots, so I don't think they could do anything with me, but,
Okay.
who knows?
But yes, we'll want to be on our toes. I suppose it won't be a very relaxing trip then.
No, that's not a bad idea. We definitely should take watches. Travel together.
Do that.
Of course, not that there will be much traveling. Remember the last time we were on the ship? not much to places to go.
Ugly business.
What happened the last time you were on a ship?
Oh, murder.
Poison.
Okay.
Like I said, people have a tendency to die around you. Not you specifically, but
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well. Okay.
All right. So, with that, are you guys going to talk to the captain?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
You head over to the captain's cabin where there are two sailors flanking the doors. They avoid making eye contact, just kind of looking down, not really paying attention to you. Faces slightly obscured by hoods. And you can tell they like move a little bit just to like, acknowledge you, but they don't stop you or anything like that.
Frey will just stride right past them like he has every right to be here.
And knock on the door?
Yeah.
A moment later, you hear the sound of boots, and Wallace comes out. Have we all found an understanding? Are we all good?
I think we can settle on an agreement while we're sharing this space together.
Lovely. So, and he like motions you to follow him, and he walks out to meet with the rest of you. Got a few simple ground rules here aboard the Accordance Code. Leave my crew to do their job. Do not approach them unless they approach you. Do not talk to them if they do not talk to you. Keep to yourselves. You can talk to me if you need. McBrennan, this journey was a little long, and I wanted to leave most of my trusted compatriots back home, so I kind of brought a bit of a skeleton crew here. So, upon reconsideration, need anything, have any questions, you come to me. Directly. My quartermaster, my first mate, they are not aboard, so it is really just me and my crew here. They'll be getting you set up, but he claps his gloved hands together and then holds them out. Any questions? Looks to each of you.
Was this the same ship that you had the last time we were in Fortuna Sol? Because I thought you said you had a smaller ship.
I do have a much smaller one. This is... I do not like to advertise my pride and joy, if you will, very often. I have a small fishing vessel that is normally the one I talk about when I talk about it, but when push comes to shove and I need something done, I have my Accordance Code here, and it is, well, I trust that you lot will also be able to keep this a little bit on the quiet side. It's not, he reconsiders his words. It's not registered with Fortuna Sol, you see. I'm not a fan of them and their questionable policies controlling my flagship, if you will. Any other questions?
I don't think I have any at the moment.
He then, like, claps his hands again, turns to Cassie and Molly. Now, Molly in particular, you were interested in a job. And let me tell you, I am more than willing to take upon someone who is so dedicated to helping. So, I will get you set up in the crew quarters, and he turns to Cassie. I can set you up next to her for now. I don't know what your long-term plans are, but you are well and truly allowed to be a part of this crew as well if you are so interested, Miss Cassie. And she doesn't really say anything. She just kind of whispers something to Molly, and Molly just kind of nods, and well, there it is. And he turns around and just claps once. Get these 2 new crewmates set up, at least for now. The rest of you, turns to one of the others, show them to their quarters. And
as they're leaving, can I knock in Cassie's head and try to give her a little call?
Yeah, she like, oh, what? And she says that out loud.
Hi, you can speak in your head.
Okay, yeah, I like, and she's saying all of this out loud. I like to think, like, I'm thinking right now, but like, I'm also speaking, what?
You don't have to say the things out loud. You can just think them in your head.
In your head, and you get, well, that's stupid. How would you hear it? And then out loud, she goes, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that I don't know how much of this you caught, but I think this guy is dangerous, so I would maybe be careful. If not dangerous, then he might not be completely above board, if you understand. So just,
I mean, if Molly trusts him, then why wouldn't I? I mean, he seems to be the good sort. We've been around him for, like, over a month. We've been spending with him. He's fine. Yes, she's saying all this out loud.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I hang up.
She continues to talk. Molly is staring at her, and she just... I don't understand. Why would Samar not trust him? He's been so nice and nothing but caring to us. And then she turns to, I'm gonna go ask. And she heads back over to the captain's quarters.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Is she trying to talk to me, or is she trying to talk to
she's going to Wallace, the captain's quarters.
Cass, skip that. No, just skip. We'll deal with that later. Let's just get seated to our cabin.
I'm so
first.
confused. Like, I had Samar in my head, and I didn't understand what they were saying, and then they said I should just think, but I wanted to talk to them, and then they said that, like, I shouldn't trust Captain Wallace, and he seems to be such a nice guy, though. I mean, she just kind of, like, stutters a couple of times, and me and Molly have known him longer than Samar has. Why does Samar think that they know him so much better than we do?
We bumped into Captain Wallace while we were separated there. We bumped him the last time we were in Fortuny Sol, and we've learned he's been in a little mixed up things. So we'll explain it in a bit once we get to our cabins. We'll fill you in on it some more, but for now we'll just get that sorted away first.
Molly gets up close behind you, Garrett. If that man so much as risks a hair on Cassie's head, and you are right about it, and you didn't warn us sooner, I will kill you after I'm done with him.
Well,
Based.
we only just I'll fill you all in once we get into our cabins. And this is the earliest that it would have known that it would be an issue, as you had traveled with him earlier. So I'm telling you, as I'm aware it's a problem.
She doesn't have an immediate response, but then follows you guys down to your rooms. The crew do not say a single word to you guys as they let you aboard, bring you down to the crew deck, and then on the short... So the crew deck would have the crew quarters on the... There's 2 crew decks. The bottom one and they're like on top of each other. The first half, when you're coming down of the crew deck, also seems to be regular quarters for passengers and the more high-end crew who get their own room or some such. Whereas the rest of it seems to be hanging hammocks and things like that. And you are guided to a couple of rooms. They are simply furnished. Your belongings have already been put there. Outside of some things that were left with the wagon and Henrietta.
Just in there?
Yeah, I mean, organized. Like,
I meant the mule, Robert.
The mule is... no, the mule's not in your room. The Henrietta...
Okay, cool.
No, Henrietta is in the cargo hold.
Do these rooms have proper beds?
They do.
Okay. And it's 2 rooms?
There are 3 rooms. One is very small and just has, like, a single bed, and then it looks like a hammock was set up. The other 2 have a double bed.
Okay. Well, I suppose we'll, well, we have some privacy in here, so...
Yeah. So, Molly, we first ran into Wallace the last time we were in Fortuny Soul. He was involved with a little bit of piracy, but that's nothing that we all haven't seen before. So didn't think it was much of an issue there. However, when he traveled back with you, we didn't realize that he was involved with McBrennan, who killed a bunch of guards and escaped to Artavishte. We were tracking him down and got involved in the whole mess with the explosion in Corval and everything. From there, we found out that as the guards were rounding up the suspects who were either traitors to the guard, to Rayclow, or just part of a criminal syndicate or whatever, they were finding multiple groups of them all assassinated. We thought that was McBrennan who had done that to cover up his trails. Unfortunately, we just found out that it was our dear friend Wallace who killed those guards.
Okay, so he killed bad people. And you let... And she kind of motions. You let McBrennan go? He killed a lot more people, didn't he?
What I'm saying is I didn't realize that Wallace was going to be a problem like this, because we didn't know he had killed those guards. We had thought that was McBrennan. So, yeah. No, I don't know where we stand. If you can, on the moral charts here, if we let someone like McBrennan go, to be saying that Wallace is bad, pot kettle
It was
situation.
a mistake.
Nah, that probably was a mistake.
Alright, well, I mean, either way, we're here, and what about Kat? What about Molly? She finally has a chance to do something again. Besides scare people. She doesn't like being this person who just threatens people. Here, someone offered her a job, a real job. I want to support her. Do you think any other ship in the world is going to take her on? Teach her how to sail beyond being a deckhand?
Why not?
The captain's been showing us respect for so long while you were gone. He trusted me. He believed in my... He knew I'd find you all. He believed me about everything. About Rowan dying and... about how I was supposed to go there and die and... She shakes her head. People are complicated. I don't think you should be... But he got rid of bad people, didn't he? What are we supposed to do now anyway? We can't exactly leave.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know to keep an eye out and know that, you know, you could be participating in some things you don't want to participate in. If you're okay with it, then, you know, you're an adult. You can make your own decisions.
Oh, I'm never going to do something I don't want to do. I only do things I have to. You're not listening. I do things because I have to do them, and I know that I have to do them. I'm told. I know I have to do them. Everything I do, I know I have to. And when I don't, bad things happen.
I think what I'm telling you is that he might be another reason that you have to do things you don't want to do. And you can decide how you want to handle that. I just wanted you to have the information.
She looks at you with just like this frustrated disdain and looks at everyone else kind of pleadingly, like giving that look of like, are you seriously like someone talked about to be like this? And then finally like pleadingly to Strieg.
Don't look at me, you slapped me.
Lee, you're muted if you were gonna say anything.
I literally just made confused noises.
Yeah.
Frey will say, I still don't know what to think of Wallace. And I don't agree with his actions, but I understand that there are some people in the world who live more less really sound lives. I think Cassie just keep your eyes open. He might be more than what you thought he was. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's up to you. Or whether it's anything of note at all.
Cassie just kind of looks away, and Molly puts an arm on her shoulder and just kind of squeezes her shoulder with her hand, and they head out of the room. Leaving the 5 of you, Roland, and Abney.
How is Abney feeling about this? I feel like he has a.
Like, are you asking him that, or?
I think I'm just curious. Like, Others just curious. I don't think Summer would even think to like imagine that he has a a vested interest in this. But just me knowing that he like came with us to find this guy, we let him go, and then he just showed up on this ship is like.
He is, like, already
funny.
a stressed mess. Like, he is, like, attached to Frey and doesn't seem to know what to do.
Yeah.
Frey is going to kind of just sink down on the edge of whatever bed is in here. Well... I suppose we have a bit of a journey ahead of us.
Yep.
A journey...
We'll-
So, as you're kind of saying that, like... Roland just kind of... So what do we do now, exactly? If this guy's as bad as everyone seems to think, and we're trapped here, I mean... There's a lot more of them than there are us. Right? Despite emotions to Mira, she's not really... I wouldn't say despite... Even with emotions to Mira at that point, I don't think she could fight out all these people. Right?
Hey, I mean, we haven't. As far as we know, we don't have any reason to be scared for our lives. We are here for passage to Fortuny Soul.
He kind of looks to Shrieg to, like, see what Shrieg's vibe is at this, and then kind of, like, looks to everyone else.
I guess we just have to wait and see what happens. She doesn't sound happy about it.
It does sound like he just wants to get there and doesn't care enough about us to try to cause any problems. Just, you know, he'll bring us across and leave us in Fortuna's Soul. My only concern would be Osman, McBrennan there. Right? It doesn't feel like he wants to go after us either.
I mean, if McBrennan had wanted to make a move, he had plenty of opportunity to do so.
Exactly.
At that point, Abney, I mean, if McBrennan wanted us dead, I mean, if he's friends with Wallace and we're in, I mean, like Roland was saying, we're not really in a position to fight back, so if he wanted us dead, he could 10 times over. If he wanted to leave, I mean, ever since, at this point, he, like, shuts up and, like, isn't sure what to say with Samar in the room.
I think I like make eye contact with him, just like sort of curiously, like
Maybe for the
as if I'm
briefest
kind
of
of trying
seconds
to.
before he immediately turns to Frey.
Yeah.
I
I-
don't... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I do think that even if he didn't have any reason to go after us before, he might now have a sense that we might go after him. And that can make people lash out.
Well, I definitely
who
think we
knows?
should keep an eye out, but
Yeah. Frey, you were going to say something?
That I'm positive that while we're on this ship, we will have Captain Wallace's protection. I don't think the two of them would conspire.
Well, buddy system.
Buddy system.
As soon as you say that, Abney grabs your hand, Frey.
Frey squeezes it.
I'm sticking with Mira.
Okay.
So the buddy system is Abney and Frey, Samara and Mira. Oh no, there's 7.
Yeah. No.
Roland can also come with me.
Roland and Strieg, Garrett and Henrietta. There.
that's fine.
Oh.
Aaron is not with Henrietta. Don't be. Imagine if McBrennan showed up disguised as Henrietta.
Oh.
That would mean Henrietta has spell points. I mean, not necessarily, but
That's hilarious. That would be such a reveal to find out that Henrietta could cast magic.
It really would. Alas, I will tell you now, Henrietta is not magical.
Yeah. Maybe someday we can turn her into magical.
Mira has only looked at her with magic eyes how many times?
We just
I
have to
I
make her
could
eat
walk
something
around the boat with magic eyes and see how fucked we are.
Actually, if like they're done with that conversation, Frey does want to ask Mira something. Kind of like, pulling her aside in the room, lowering his voice.
Sure.
I wonder if the next time you see Captain Wallace, if you could look at him. See if you see anything out of the ordinary.
Sure.
With the way you do.
Yeah, I could do that. Probably a good idea, actually.
I suspect you might see something similar to what you've seen on me, and I'd just like to know for sure.
Okay. I'll remember.
Thank you. And I am sorry for pulling you into this.
She kind of like waves a hand like, it's not your fault.
He gives a slight smile at that. But yeah, and he'll go back to mingling.
Mingling. You're under orders to not talk to anyone on the crew. Just mingling with your friends you've been on the road with for a week.
Yes.
Oh. Mingling. Sitting on the bed with Abney while he contemplates whether or not he's made the decision of a lifetime. Oh. God. Right. Yeah, so the night is yours. Alex, you were starting to say something else before the conversation, I think.
Me?
Yeah.
Was I?
I don't remember what, but yeah, you were like starting to say, and then Ronnie was like, actually, as soon as that's done, Frady, I don't remember.
If I was, I have completely forgotten it. So
couldn't have
you were
important
going
then.
to the ship with your magic eyes?
Hmm?
You were going to walk around the ship with your magic eyes? See
Right.
how fucked-
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is enough.
It took 3 people to remember that.
Maybe I wait until I run into Wallace, and then I look at him and walk around. We'll see. Just sit on deck glaring at everyone.
With that, evening turns to night. As I said, there are 2 double beds, like 2 like queen size beds, a single like twin size bed, and a hammock. So that's 3 rooms. And Wallace offered to, he like gave you guys another hammock for wherever you want to set up the 7th one, since there are 7 of you.
Just put it wherever. I'm not gonna fucking sleep in it.
They set it up in the one with the one that has the single bed. So now it's a 3 single bed and 2 hammocks, and then 2 double bedrooms. And yeah, evening turns to night. You guys are gonna be getting some sleep. It's quiet. You can hear through the night the occasional movement of someone boarding or disembarking the ship. Seems like they're loading in final supplies and things like that. Anything else you're doing tonight? Last call.
Other than taking a watch, I can't think of anything. Garrett would offer to take second watch.
I guess it would be a good idea to walk around and just look at stuff with my special eyes, if I'm allowed, if that's not gonna be weird for people.
The only thing Wallace said was, don't talk to anyone, keep your distance.
So I can look at whoever I want.
Sure. So,
Sure, I'll take someone with me, like we're just walking around, looking around,
alright, who are you
maybe
taking?
getting some fresh air. Who volunteers?
I mean, I'm your buddy. Buddy system. So.
You come with me.
Cool.
You come with me. You don't have the HP to be on your own, sorry.
That too.
Yeah. I'm like, while we're on the ship, whenever I'm awake, I would like to continually have on my like mind light thing so that I can recognize known individuals in case anyone shows up in disguise.
All living individuals fires a barrier. You can identify a species and any strong emotional states. There are no strong emotional states, so.
I mostly am using it for recognizing known individuals just in case somebody shows up and like I can know that they're not actually whoever they are, you know? If somebody shows up in disguise, I mean. So. Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, Mira, you guys head up above deck. Mira, what are you doing now?
That.
Okay. As you kind of get over to the starboard side of the ship.
Yeah, I could do it for like an hour and 15 minutes, so I could just walk around.
You can pretty much just have it forever, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for the rest of the scene. So, yeah. And you come effort for the scene. So as long as you have one effort, you can have it up forever, essentially. So
well, I only have one, unfortunately. But
yeah. Which means, unless you use something else that requires effort, you can always have it up. But I digress. You get to the starboard side of the ship, kind of walking with Samar, and you keep your eyes peeled, and you focus for a second, looking out over the water of the quiet, very chilly bay, and you activate your special eyes. The boat is giving off this dwemer of arcane energy. Every knot of wood, every plank, every nail. The people are all giving off arcane energy. Every single one of them you walk by.
Okay.
The furniture does not seem to be, but...
Mira frowns.
This is what this makes me think of. I don't like that.
I mean, he did say he had a skeleton crew.
He did, yeah.
Okay, let me, if the ship is a magical item, could I get a one-sentence description of their purpose or most significant powers?
Oh boy. Yes, it seems to have a strong connection with an individual and also be immune to wear and tear.
I have a question.
If you would like more, you can do so with a wisdom magic.
Why not try?
When we pass by the crew, are they human?
I mean,
I
Because I
failed.
think they're species.
they are human, yeah.
Okay. And they're alive.
I mean, as far as you know, like they don't look like zombies or anything.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Alex. A 7 does not get it done here.
Alas.
But yes, it seems like a strong connection to an individual, and it is immune to like things like I don't know the best way to phrase it in one sentence, but like, you know, it's not going to rot or anything like that. Wear and tear.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's anything else specific that lights up while we're walking around, let me know.
As I said, every single person is emitting off magical energy, and the boat itself is. That seems to be it, though.
While active, you become aware of the location of all living minds within 60 feet of you. So, I guess I gotta assume they're alive.
Wait,
and not a
which
ghost
ability
crew.
is this?
The mind light one? Your open mind art is enhanced.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misread that then. Yeah, no, so you are getting, like... Yeah, no, you're not getting anything from them, then.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, then I have to ask: has Frey been sensing any, spirits, ghosts, dead things?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not a
I
ghost
will-
crew.
Well, I will mentally call up Mira and just be like, hey, these guys aren't alive. I don't know what they are, but they're not alive.
They're all magic in some way. And so is the ship.
Huh.
But I
Okay.
don't know if I could tell any more than that.
All right. Well, good to know, I guess. Yeah. I just
I
keep
guess
following.
that makes sense why he doesn't want us to talk to them, then.
Yeesh. Okay.
You hear the sound of heavy boots and A second later, the sound of a squeaky door opening that you heard earlier from the captain's quarters, and you see Captain Wallace come out and just kind of like scan across and begin making his way slowly to you.
Wait.
Now, I have to ask, do I get anything from him?
Yes.
Okay. So he's alive. Okay. I will let
Is
you
he
know that.
a human?
Oh yeah, I get to know their species too. If it's
He is
known.
seemingly human, as far as your abilities seem to tell you.
Okay. Well, alright.
Um,
What about when I look at him?
he is giving off an arcane aura. You can tell that he has spells prepared.
Any of that spooky fray stuff?
Not especially.
Okay.
What does that mean, especially? Is there like minor spooky stuff?
I think, like, the best way I can describe it is there's a lot of other magic going on. There's
Okay.
definitely something there, but it's very minor compared to, you know, an entire ship emitting it. Every crew member emitting magic. Wallace already having other magic he's emitting. Like, there's a lot going on, but in a minor way, I suppose you would say it is similar to what you're getting from Frey. Yeah, he's just ambiently spooky. It's spooky how fucking good his eyebrows are, let me tell you.
Oh. Alright, well, does he have anything to say?
So he comes up to you and he's got his hands in his pockets and just kind of like in his coat and pulls them out and just like arms wide.
Don't T-pose on me, bitch.
I need to apologize. I think we might have come off on the wrong foot today. And then he turns to Smar. And I'm not quite sure that I remember your name either, if you ever gave it.
I didn't.
Oh, you know mine? I feel like it's only fair.
I think there's a lot of things that would have been more fair than how this is played out. If it's all the same to you, I think I will keep that to myself.
I like to know who's on my ship. But I do not like people on my ship keeping
I say silent.
secrets from me.
I stay silent.
He turns back to Mira. And your
I
name
stare him down.
is-
Mira.
Do you have a last name, Miss Mira?
I might.
I like to be cordial to my crew, and especially to any guests I happen to have, but if you prefer to be called Miss Mira, that is perfectly fine. Your friend here does
Thank
not
you.
seem interested in giving me a name, but I do apologize for us getting off on the wrong foot. I came across your friend, Mr. McBrennan.
Immediate scowl. Don't
And
call him our friend.
he seemed like he was in need of other friends that could help him out. Well, I am in need of people who can work on things on shore where I am a lot less comfortable. You see, you stay at sea long enough and your land lakes just don't work the same. So, he told me what was going on. I said I could get him out, and well, he said he wanted to pay it forward. Felt bad about what had happened. I don't know that there's a truth to that, but he gave me the names and locations of a lot of people who were working for him. I wanted to deal with those as a show of good faith, to make sure he could get out of the city, that no one would immediately know his face or what he'd be doing, or... I think the man's a little
I don't
paranoid.
think we have anything else.
But in the end, I do apologize for not being more forthright with you. I think it has
About
been...
killing people?
I think sometimes it is a requirement to take a life. This is just one of those times.
Again, I don't think we have anything else to talk.
Well, either way, I do apologize. And if there is something I can do, I could... If you want to enact your... He thinks for a moment for the word, and his hand kind of rolls around his wrist. If you want to enact your justice on Mr. McBrennan, you say the word and I will have him brought to you. We can have him taken off the ship and thrown in custody like that, if that is what you wish. I just do not want Mr. Frey's friends to turn into my enemies. Frankly, I do not like having enemies in general.
Can I get a... What is the vibe here? Is he trying to, like, just manage the situation? Does he seem sincere? Like, what is the vibe here?
Give me a wisdom into it.
He literally was just like, nobody lays hands on my crew, and now he's like, well, I'll throw him in custody if you want. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
He is being so incredibly careful with his words and so reserved. Every word, every movement, every decision he's making is being perfectly calculated. To what end, you cannot say, but he is being as careful as you have ever seen anyone in everything he is doing. If you didn't know him better, you would say this entire thing he has had set up. There is no way he could have planned all this, and at the same time, the way he's acting could not be more him feeling like he is in complete control.
Ew.
I think I mind call Mira, and I'm like, if he's not lying, he's doing the next closest thing. He's manipulating us one way or another, so...
I don't want anything from you.
He looks at you, Samar. If I wanted to manipulate someone, I would do it to their face and not hide it behind some paltry magic.
I'm sorry, did he just...
Yes.
I said that over my...
Yes.
I told you guys! I told you!
I think, like, I, like, flinch a tiny bit, but I, like, try to keep my cool, and I'm like, I don't mind saying it to your face. I just want it to be polite, but I think
I
it's
would
very
love
clear
for
that I
you
think
to
you're
be
manipulating
polite,
us.
but here we are.
I don't know how many more times I have to say that I don't have anything else to say to you, and I don't want anything from you.
He gives a little shrug at that and turns and starts to walk away, gets about 4 paces, and if you could send Mr. Frey up before he goes to bed. That would be ideal.
If he comes, he'll have a friend with him.
He doesn't say anything and heads back to his cabin.
Okay. I look at Mira, I'm just like, my eyes go wide, just like, how did you do that?
I think we are in over our here, perhaps.
You're cutting out, Alex.
I think we are in over our heads here, perhaps. And I don't know why.
Well. Okay, well, I guess we should go let Ray know, and he can decide what he's doing.
I guess so.
Yeah. Well. Great. I guess we'll head back and let Frey know.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So Frey would head up then.
I would let Frey know also that like he read my like mind speech or whatever. So
yeah, the boat is magic. The people are magic. Maybe they're not real people. He's very very fucking magic. He's a little spooky, but also there's just a lot of magic in general, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Right. Seems like a lot. But you didn't particularly see the same sort of thing you see with me?
Maybe a little. It was kind of hard to tell.
Alright. I guess I'll go see what the captain wants.
Do you want anyone to go with you?
Well, if someone would like to escort me to his door, I think that'll be close enough.
I'll go.
Alright. And yeah, I guess we will head up. And Frey will knock on the captain's door.
You head up, you knock on the door, and he comes out and opens it and come on in. He looks at Mira. You can wait outside if you like. Or come on in as well. It's completely up to you, Miss Mira.
I think Frey said that he wanted me to wait outside. Yes?
Yeah, Frey will... I'll be okay.
I'll be here.
Alright, and yeah, we'll head into his room.
He sits behind the table of his captain's desk. First pulling out a chair so you can sit on the other side of it, and you seem to be a more learned person than myself, or really most anyone else that's wanting to have this conversation. But, we're both men who want answers here, Mr. Frey. And unfortunately, Answers aren't gonna lie on this ship or anywhere I can get. But I believe that maybe they're out there.
I actually had one such place in mind.
Kind of raises an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it.
Where did the mutiny happen? Where was Captain Soren thrown overboard?
Out in the Ephirian, about 2-3 days travel out off the air islands there. Middle of Black Seas. Strangest damn thing. Whole crew, we were convinced we were out there weeks, at least days, but we came back and the total we were embarked and gone was 6.5, 7 days. If I didn't know any better, I would say that we were in darkness, floating in nothingness for a month and a half. So I couldn't tell you exactly, but it was way out there in the darkness.
Seems like a place nobody should go. Why were you out there?
Trade, believe it or not. Captain Soren. Yeah, he bites his lips and just kind of looks to the side. You remember the storm a few years ago? Destroyed the Marauders Coast?
Great nods.
Everything was fucked after that. Lost so many ships. Worst we'd been since before the Black Sun, when Raycloud was holding everything. At least from what I've heard. And, well, Soren, Patty, bless her damn heart, was determined. Not gonna be scared. The darkness of Umbraei, any of that. We had a big argument, but she was determined. We were going to sail to Arafar. Get more crew, another ship, trade all these goods, come back as kings of the islands. Kings, queens, royalty, lords, I don't know. But she convinced us all. Until it didn't happen.
I just think that maybe she's still out there. And maybe that's a place where I can find those answers.
I cannot sail in the Ophirian. And as he says that, his eyes go a little wide and he just shakes his head. Not showing fear, but for the first time, surprise. A bit of just worry of expectation. The first time anything has caught him even close to off guard. I saw, same as everyone else, exactly what is out there. And it is darkness, it is umbral, and it is... it's death. I respect you too much to let you do that, Mr. Frey. You were given a gift and have done one hells of a job keeping that under wraps and not not losing yourself to it. Shakes his head. There's other things out there in the islands, everywhere. Also, I can't make promises, but I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. That is just about as tenuous of a connection as you could possibly have, but if the guy I know comes through, maybe we'll have some answers. And I'm not happy with how I got you on board. Pardon the joke. With my dilemma, but you are the first person who has suggested something so damn suicidal. And, well, color me shocked, you do not look like the type to stare death in the face and want to go into it.
I never thought of myself as that either, but I've learned recently that sometimes that is my only option.
Well, I can promise you this, there is something out there that can give us answers. When I get back to Fortuni's soul, my goal is to find the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy, and hope that you can continue that line of inquisition. Because if you do, if we find our answers, I know for your emotions to the door, your angry friend outside, Miss Mira, and the other one, not sure what how to address him, but Samar Greaves, I believe it is. Go by some other name, I think, at some point. Didn't really want me to know that for some reason. Names have some sort of power. Names are nothing out here. Let me tell you. I wish that they could accept. I wish that they could accept that, Mr. Frey, you and I, our fates are intertwined now. I don't know if that's the curse of Captain Soren or something else, but if you're getting out of this veritable fuckfest of understanding, I am. And if I'm getting out of it, well. And at this point, he holds a hand out to shake yours over the table. I am more than willing to bring you along with me.
Ray looks at his hand but doesn't reach out for it just yet. What happened to the others that you gave this to?
Well, most of them decided that the best thing to do would be, well, go, hey, brother, go up to brother, you want coin? You give me half. Well, he just shrugs at that point. And then the curse takes him, or whatever. Sort of virus killing you with disease, killing you with greed, manipulation, overuse, I don't know. I think that's the curse. Being granted this gift and abusing it, and, well, the minute you do, the minute it's too much, that's when whatever the source of this is, it comes calling and it takes it back.
And How do you know when you're getting to that point? You've had it for a long time now.
And I have only ever shared it. I made one mistake, and I will not make another. So I could not tell you. Now, if this curse is real, if whatever we are is part of this curse, again, speculation. And, I'd try and find somebody who, well, offer it to them. See what they do. See how things go. Share your gift and see what happens when they don't. When they use it greedily, angrily, I don't know.
What about that? I already. You were there. You saw it.
He just opens his eyes and saw what?
Wait, when I saved him with it.
What are you talking about?
Is Frey able to tell him?
You cannot bring yourself to.
Okay. Frey sits there, just kind of this visible frustration growing over him, and then he just kind of like all the energy just kind of like leaves him. Fine, we'll see what your friend of a friend of a friend manages to find, and seems like a tenuous hope at best.
A tenuous hope is hope yet, Mr. Frey. And at this point, he like readjusts to put his hand over the table, but this time he takes his glove off first. Our fates are intertwined, and I hope that if you find the answers, you bring me with you, same as I promise I will.
Frey is going to look at him, and does he get the sense that he's trying to strike like a deal? Like this kind of deal?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay.
I love the phrase, a deal.
A super deal. A 3.
This is a man who has respect for you and wants to show it with a handshake.
Alright, Frey will reach out and shake his hand.
He shakes your hand and gives you a nod. I wish you luck, and I am truly sorry about their reluctance to want to work with me, but I'm confident you can smooth all that over, because I'm sure wherever you're going, doing it alone would be akin to suicide, like sailing out into the Ephirian.
Well, can't say that we haven't had bad ideas before. But of course, I need to be assured of their safety while we're on your ship.
Of course. And, I did offer Miss Mira that I would... You see, I do appreciate having someone like Mr. McBrennan who can see to some of my land-worthy endeavors on my behalf, knowing I can trust him to do so. But I think having you and yours in my good graces is a little more important. But she did not seem interested in my offer to send him back to his future demise at the hands of Vicania, but the offer is open until we set sail in the morning if you want to take him up on that. But full disclosure, the man did not want to kill anyone else. He seemed to have some level of respect for y'all and what you did. I don't know, moving forward, but he was ready to get out of Vicania. I just did him a bit of a favor and helped myself make sure that neither of us would be noticed on the way out.
I know how it is. Making connections, exchanging favors.
It's exhausting. Take solace in the fact that at the end of the day, there's no grave but the sea out there, Mr. Frey.
I don't know how much of a comfort that is. But if that's all, I think I'll go.
By all means, I'll see you all in the morning. We'll set sail and hopefully this blockade... Say, y'all don't know anything about what's going on with Vreeland, and he motions over out the back window. All this hubbub about this blockade and cannons being pointed and all that.
I'm afraid I don't know the details, though. I suspect it has something to do with the Soldiers of the Blue, if you've heard of their activities.
Oh, shit. If that's the way they're going, this is why I want out of Fortuny Soul. There is too much bullshit. You go. I'm sure there will be time enough to reminisce about how lovely Fortuny Soul and Vreeland is, and not a cutthroat shithole worse than the Vassal Islands. Long for the days of Fort Haled when it was simple. He just shakes his head. Have a good night, Mr. Frey.
You as well. And, yeah, Frey will get up and step outside. Looking over at Mira.
She looks like she is trying to be chill, but maybe is worried.
We should, head back down.
Okay.
Get some sleep. Yeah, so Frey would go back down with Mira, and I think, like, the first thing he would say once he gets back down there to everybody, he'd say, "Just trust me and don't make any deals with him. Don't shake his hand. Just don't." And Frey's gonna just leave it to that and go to bed.
Good advice!
Jesus. Oh. Anything else anyone's doing before heading to bed? I know at least Mira's probably, just gotta be on watch, but...
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Garrett would take second watch if anyone else wanted to, or not. But other than that, yeah, just heading to bed.
I mean, I'll probably... I could take a watch, but I need a buddy to watch me while I take a watch, so...
I like the idea that taking a watch is just staying up in your room, paranoid.
Yeah.
Just listening to the creaking of the boat as it's sitting there anchored. But either way,
Watch me stare.
it is...
I would ask right before we go to sleep, just like, do you buy what Wallace was saying about McBrennan not knowing about killing those people or whatever? I think he was saying that that was all him. Did I understand that correctly?
You were asking me? Yeah.
Mira.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, because
I'm not sure.
he. Yeah, I feel like I would like to see McBrennan again and talk to him. But now that I know what to be looking for, maybe I can get a better read on him. But I'm probably not going to go looking for him, at least. So we'll see if we run into him again.
I'll go with you wherever
Anyway.
you want to go.
Great. Well, for tonight, let's just get some sleep. Or, I guess you don't sleep. Is that correct? Well, okay.
I don't.
I guess I will get some sleep, and then I will take a watch at some point. Cool.
With that,
And then they go to
as
sleep.
the exhaustion and stress of the evening, the question marks about what you've gotten yourselves into, how a few days of relaxation and a week of Kurt travel turned into this whole new question mark with no real answers as of yet, and just going on the faith that Frey might know what he's doing, dealing with it. It will at least be another dawn in the bay of Milo Harbor, aboard Captain Wallace's Accordance Code. And it is here that we will be ending tonight's session.
Man, can't we just have like a chill boat ride for once?
Nah.
Listen, Alex warned you
Hey.
guys about Captain Wallace.
No one's gonna
I
drink
shouldn't
poison
have.
this time,
I shouldn't
right?
have been meta, but I can't help it.
Listen, for Captain Wallace, it's never meta.
I love Captain Wallace.
I love him so much.
I think he's so fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if you'll still be thinking that in a few months.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Oh, I absolutely will.
Just remember, Cassie and Molly are part of his crew now.
Great.
His
That description of him, that
not
conversation
living
was
but
terrifying
not
to me.
dead crew.
Yeah. So where do you guys actually think you're headed?
I mean, I'd hoped for Tunisol, but now I don't know.
What do you mean?
I was just curious.
Well, I wasn't worried, but now.
Suppose you gotta ask a question.
We could
I mean,
go to the
regardless,
Sea.
the next nearest town is gonna be Marymore Docks.
Oh yeah,
At least
so
it's on the map.
we should get a drive-by description of that town this time.
Okay.
we just ghosted past it last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't actually need one. I was just looking at it. I was just thinking.
No, I do think
like,
it's funny. You
wait
said
at it.
you ghosted past it last time, but this time you're not gonna ghost past it with your fun crew. Ugh.
Oh. Okay, so where is this ephemeral sea thing? Is it off this map?
Yeah, so the Ophirian Ocean stretches...
Ophirian.
Yeah, the Ophirian Ocean. That's the name of the ocean. It stretches pretty damn far. Let me go ahead and pull up my world map really quick. My world map is unfortunately like 1.2 gigs in Photoshop, so it takes a minute to load.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I have it in my wiki, and that page takes a long time to load.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and there's like a whole separate couple continents on the other side there, right?
Oh, there's a lot more. Like,
Yeah.
here is. Let me go ahead and so you can get some context. World map, again, not finished.
Oh, this thing. This
And
is not what I was
then
thinking of.
no, that's my world map that I add to whenever I so I always have that for reference on like the whole world.
Right.
And it really does a good job making you feel small, I think. Seeing my incredibly detailed map of the western coast of Madara and then comparing it to the entire world. You really get an idea of, scale, which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, essentially there's no one can sail in the Ophirian. Like, it's fucking dangerous. There's leviathans and shit.
Which
Fun.
means we're cut off from the other. Now, theoretically, if there's Leviathans in the Ophirian, there are probably also Leviathans in the Thalorian and
I mean, you would
Avar.
assume, but things got a lot more dangerous after the Black Sun in the Ophirian Ocean specifically. One day I'll run a campaign that actually explores what happened with the Black Sun too, or not. I kind of like it as just a thing.
It's definitely great to
Yeah.
have as a thing that happened because it really sets like a tone. Well, I guess for lack of a better word, a tone.
Yeah. My favorite tone is the what was it called, the brown tone or whatever.
I mean, I'm personally a fan of C
Brown
major.
note.
The brown note, which is the only thing Alex hears when Captain Wallace talks.
I haven't shipped myself yet.
Ugh. Yeah,
It did just
Adarsh,
dawn on me.
What?
The fact that it did just dawn on me that the fact that you think that the leftovers is dumb when your apocalyptic event is like so similar in scale and stuff is
My apocalyptic event had like a coherency to it though, which is weird demonic things came and killed people.
yeah, but it's fine.
Like, no
whatever.
one's
We can get
questioning
to this.
that. Sure, you can question why it happened, but like in the end, people didn't disappear. They were killed by weird demonic things that were hard to fight back against.
But I mean, like, that's just moving the question one level up. Like, where do the demonic
Exactly.
things come
Exactly. Once you move it one level up, it's a lot more interesting.
Sure, fine.
Anyway, oh god, I'm so excited. You guys are on a boat with my favorite captain and your favorite serial killer.
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed to crush either of them like Sparrow Egg.
You can try. I would put my money on. I think in a one-on-one it would be pretty close.
I'm very resistant to magic.
Okay, but how resistant are you to getting stabbed?
A little resistant.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Next week. Boom, bam, bop. Next week. Boom. I'm excited. Oh. I love that you guys got on the boat. Oh, I love that you let him go. Letting McBrennan go meant I got to immediately bring him back. I was happy about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you put him in jail, I would have just had to leave him there.
If I had remembered, I would have had Frey be like, "Yeah, we agreed to put him in jail. It's so hard to."
Yeah, there's a
It's
lot
so
of shit
hard.
going on. Oh. But I get like two of my favorite NPCs together now. Like, that's so much more fun.
It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
God
I think
forbid it
it's gonna
becomes
be
a
good
boss
time.
fight. Like, imagine how exciting that would be.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed now, but this was fun, and I'm looking forward to next time.
Yeah, hopefully we will not take 45 minutes to start. You know what? Just for you guys, before you go to bed, I'm gonna do one last shot of rice vinegar.
Oh no.
Oh,
Here we go,
dear
here we
God.
go.
Good night,
No.
y'all.
Yeah, good
Right,
night.
dude.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh God! It burns. Good night,
job.
guys. It burns.
Have a good night.
You're a
Good
problem.
job.